There you go.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. It's 6:01 on the clock. We're going to go ahead and get started. I call to order the regular board meeting for the Huntley School District 158. Again, at 6:01 p.m. And roll call, please.
Mr. Troy?
Here.
Mr. Craddy? Mrs. Maiorino? Mr. Bobby?
Here.
Mr. Feckety?
Here?
Mrs. Murray? Mr. Ruth?
Here. We do have a quorum of 4 board members here this evening. Item 2 is closed session. I move to enter into closed session at 6:02 p.m. for items that are the exceptions to the Open Meetings Act and School Code 5 ILCS 120/2C, include the appointment, employment, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees or legal counsel. 6, purchase or lease of real property. 10, student discipline. 11, matters relating to individual students. And exception 15, discussion of minutes lawfully closed under this act, period.
Second?
Second by Mr. Feckety. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Ruth?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Feckety?
Yes.
All right, we are in closed session until approximately 7 o'clock. Thank you.
Everyone, please go over into the superintendent's office. Everyone has to get their order because they didn't do what I asked and put names on it, so we have to make sure everybody gets it.
And then take it down with us?
Yeah.
Yes. Let's see.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
Yep. Rock and roll, Mr. Troy.
All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to District 158 Board of Education meeting. It is Thursday, June 18th, 2026. Time on the clock, 7:04, we'll give it to 4 p.m. We do not have any action coming out of closed session. We did suspend. We do have to go back in after the bulk of this meeting is concluded. Roll call, please.
Mr. Ruth?
Here.
Mr. Troy?
Here.
Mr. Feckety?
Here.
Mr. Bobby?
Here.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Here.
All right, we do have a quorum. There are 5 of us here. Next item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Don't be shy, nobody bites here. Everybody's good. Thanks for coming, everybody. All right, we could all stand, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, item number 5, student recognition, IHSA track.
We have Mr. Munson, who's going to talk about high school track.
Coach Jesse. I'm the old guy on the team. All right. Yeah, Coach Monson couldn't be here. I guess he's down in Georgia getting a vacation in, so I'll try to substitute here as best I can. Just a couple of things about our team accomplishments this year. We won 3 indoor team championships, one of them being the Fox Valley Conference. We had 5 outdoor championships that we won, and County Meet was one of them. And that's the last time we competed there was in 2019. And then we also won the Outdoor Fox Valley Conference, which was 5 years in a row we've done that. Our sectional, we won that, again, 5 years in a row. And our JV conference, we won that, and that is our 8th year in a row that we've dominated that. All conference-wise, for individuals, the top 6 people get considered for all conference. And in all of our 16 events that we had, we placed in all 16 of the events individuals that were all conference. We won 8 of those 16 events. And moving on to the sectionals, we qualified 11 athletes in 9 events who went downstate. And I have Emma Garoppolo with me today. We're recognizing her as an individual. She was one of the members who went downstate this year. She is a 4-year varsity performer in the pole vault. She was a team captain this year. She was a super role model for all of our athletes that are on the team and in school. She is a 4-time indoor Fox Valley All-Conference. She holds the indoor record at pole vault at 7 feet 1 3/4 inches. And she is 4-time outdoor Fox Valley All-Conference. And she has jumped over 11 feet 8 times during her career, so most ever by a girl athlete. And to wrap up, her senior year, she's a 2-time indoor state qualifier, a 2-time outdoor state qualifier, and at the outdoor state meet this year, which was in the spring, May 22nd, she was one of 34 pole holders to qualify for state. And she was seated 24th on Friday. We had prelims. She jumped a PR of 11.3 3/4, which qualified her to move on Friday to the finals. She was one of the 15 bowlers on the final day on Saturday, and she went on to jump a PR, which was her second in that weekend, at 11 feet 5 3/4 inches, and placed 7th place, and she was a 1/4 inch off of the school record. Emma will continue her education at the University of Wisconsin at Stevens Point. Will continue pole vaulting and majoring in pre-vet studies, right? So I present Emma Garofalo.
Yeah. Yeah. Come around. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Coach, I think you felt that. Yeah. You did.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Really? Doing that? That's fearless, man. That's totally fearless. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, you get the center spot.
We'll move around you.
Yeah.
Jeff, can you move?
Oh my gosh,
And then, Paul, can you go that way?
We'll go that way.
Yeah, who you on, by the way?
She said move this way.
Okay.
Get this dressing order.
There we go.
One more if I can.
Go ahead, of course.
Thank you. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, I'm Katie McChrystal. I'm the head girls track coach at Heinemann. This year we had a very successful season. Our girls were conference champions for the Fox Valley Conference. We have not been conference champions since 2019, so it was great to be back on a high. Our 7th grade and our 8th grade also were sectional champions at our sectionals going into state as well. So we had a very successful season, and we're very excited to see what's to come for us, and also with our girls moving up to the high school, it's pretty cool to see how they advance too. So I'm going to turn it over to Nick Margietta.
All right, good evening, thanks for having us aboard. Like Katie said, my name is Nick Margietta. I'm one of the girls coaches here at Heinemann. To recognize one of our 7th grade individual medalists, Sophia Novak in the 7th grade 400 meter dash. Sophia Novak, a dynamic and competitive, exceptional athlete, who embraces the challenges that this event brings. A very demanding, very nerve-wracking event for the girls to go and do, and not just the girls, but this event is just a difficult one for the kids to wrap their head around, and it really, it's mentally and physically draining. It's a 1 lap around the track. It's one of those that's in between a sprint and a distance race, so very difficult one, but Sophia set goals all season. She set consecutive PRs in each week. Starting from conference to sectionals, and then placing 3rd place at state, running a 1:02:03, which is very, very, very good for a 7th grader. So I'm very excited to have her back as an 8th grader leading our team and continuing to make strides and get more PRs as she moves up into high school. So Sophia Novak.
I'm Jason LeVar. In case while you're wondering, this is our team mascot for our trip. So I'm gonna carefully hand this back now. But if you're wondering why I haven't, I'm just giving it back. Go ahead, give it one squeeze. That's why I had it for a while. So we have 4 runners, but it's 6 ladies total because there's always 2 alternates. Charlotte Fiebig, who qualified also at state for distance medley in the 4x2. She's our starter in all of our races. Annabelle Catania, also qualified in the distance medley, and she actually ran in the 4x4 race at state all 3 years at Heinemann, which is a pretty rare feat, so nice job. Kinsley Elder, qualified in the 4x2, and you need to know that Kinsley is the expert question asker on the team. Okay, always making sure we know exactly what we're supposed to do. Case and yours, also qualified in the distance medley and the 4x2, and is usually our anchor runner. And then the two ladies who couldn't come, Lena Ovcharek, who was also down there for the distance medley, and Reagan McLaughlin, who qualified in the 4x2 also. So we had a lot of races down at state this year, which was very exciting. On the whole, this group of 8th grade girls are tremendous. And not just these 6, the whole team was tremendous. Across the board, our 8th grade boys and girls were just amazing. It was one of our most fun groups we've ever had. They were well behaved, they listened, they were coachable, and they set good examples for the 7th and 6th graders, which does not always happen. And I had the privilege of coaching this group for the last 3 years. So going into sectionals, this 4x4 team ran a season best of 4:38. The year before, Charlotte, Annabelle, Lena, and Kason all ran a 4:26 at state as 7th graders, taking 7th place. We were here last year. This year, they needed a 4:29. Surely we can do that, right? But asking each runner to PR by 2.5 seconds going into sectionals is not an easy ask. But we hadn't had a nice warm day yet. And thank God for a very nice fancy Barrington track and a nice hot muggy day. The ladies threw down a 4:25, almost a PR by 13 seconds. Earlier that day, these same 4 ladies broke, almost the 4th same with Reagan in there, broke the 4x2 record at Heinemann, running a 1:51, which is a 3-second PR from the Heinemann record board. So a very talented group. So at state, not seeded to medal, not seeded in the fastest heat, Charlotte ran a 1:03 split, Annabelle ran a 1:04, Kinsley ran a 1:06, and Kason ran a 1:04, moving them all the way up to a 5th place medal and a 4:18 time, just missing another Heinemann record. Ladies, I want to thank you for a tremendous season and a really, really fun 3 years together. I've had a blast. I wish you nothing but the best in high school, and I can't wait to see what your next achievements will be. Our 4x4 team.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You guys have the baton. So that's your baton handoff. Congratulations, where you guys hand it to the real metal one.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Congratulations. Are you ready? Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. There you are.
Thank you.
Every year.
Good to see you. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Here, Charlotte. You have the blue little guy? Oh,
You gotta-
You make sure you.
Part of the team picture.
Anybody else?
Come on up.
Okay, go on.
You can move as close as you need to.
Fine, that's good. I'm talking. Great job, girls.
Give us one guy one more screen.
All right, hi, I'm Mike Shinseki. I'm the boys head track coach over at Heinemann. And with me today, I have our track and field team. I just want to thank the board for allowing me to come back and do this again. I was back here a couple of months ago for wrestling, so I had so much fun to come back and do it again. But, we had 6 individuals, well, 2 decided to show up. We have Jaden Beltran and Patrick Brandon. We also invited Tyree Dixon, Landon Walsh, Adam Chalice, and Lincoln Freund, but they weren't able to make it, or that, or boys checking emails from school. That's how it doesn't really happen, apparently. But for our track team more specifically, the 2 gentlemen that are here, you know, track involves, I think, about 15 different events. There was dozens and dozens of kids at a track meet at a particular time. And for our 8th grade boys that dominate in the fact they did was truly exceptional. I mean, with these 2 gentlemen here, Jade in the 100, the 200, the 4x1 relay, I could have thrown him in the 4x2. He was an exceptional high jumper. He does a lot of great things for Heinemann and for our track team. And Patrick Brandon, again, in the 100, the 200, he really came in his own at the 400 at the end of the season. He was our huge contributor, our anchor, and our relay. Did a fantastic job, and I did a little bit of high jumping as well. But we're here for their relay, their 400-meter relay, if you're not familiar. Just 4 kids out on the track, each run 100 meters, and they did a great job. They when they were sectional champions over at Barrington. I think they ran just over 48 seconds, taking first place, qualifying for the state meet. And they really came into their own at the end, running a 47.7, finishing 8th place at the state meet. They did a great job.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Way to go.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Let's see here.
That's fine.
No, you're fine. Can you just move that way? Yeah.
Here, yeah, like this.
Yep. Okay. That is, that. Thank you. Any parents on that one?
Thank you. Great job. Great job,
All right, congratulations to our students and parents. Great job supporting your kids. It means a lot, I'm sure, to them to have that support, so appreciate it, and thank you for being here this evening. Next up on our agenda, public comment. Pause for a moment.
Hey? Take care.
Try to do it.
All right, thank you for being patient with the mass exodus. Audrey, I presume?
Rebecca.
Rebecca. Did you fill out a slip?
No, there was none there.
Oh.
This is how.
They're in the, you can fill it out afterwards, but they're in the file thing that's on the wall. But since I don't have your slip yet, can you just let us know who you are?
You want somebody else to go first, and then I come back?
You're all ready to go right ahead.
I'm Rebecca.
And lean the mic, make sure the green light is on the base,
It is.
and then lean the microphone forward too.
Oh, no. Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Rebecca Daugherty, I emailed you guys last night regarding some financial situations that we were having throughout the district. I think everybody who has
emailed me back. I appreciate it. Says, I am going to start with my speech. I wrote about a 2-minute speech regarding all of our financial situations that we are having. Good evening. I am here tonight to follow up on and bring public awareness to an email I sent to all of you yesterday afternoon. I appreciate those of you who have replied. I want to make sure that the serious concerns I raised are not swept under the rug with a simple thank you email. I also want to point out that while I appreciate my email being forwarded to Jessica Lombard and her reaching out to discuss with me, my email was addressed to you, my election officers, to share your thoughts on these concerns and whether or not you find this to be acceptable. I believe the entire community needs to be aware of what transpired with at least $500,000 of our district's money, impact fees that were never received by the district, going back to date 2023. District 158, and were only identified after I independently researched the matter. This issue came to my attention while seeking clarification about district boundaries and impact fees related to properties in Gilbert area. After raising concerns and receiving assurance that all the fees had been properly collected, I continued researching the issue myself. In less than an hour, I obtained documentation indicating that impact fee payments had been directed to another school district rather than District 158. After sharing this information with the village officials and the school, the matter was verified and the district was subsequently notified. My concern is not simply about the dollars involved. My concern is that these funds were not identified through the district's own internal processing. Taxpayers should not have to discover and document revenue that belongs to the district. This situation raises several important questions because month after month, this board nods its head, accepts claims that the district is struggling financially, talks about difficult decisions that must be made, and decisions increase fees for our future tax supporters, all while failing to ensure we are receiving money already owed to us. Some of you want less oversight, literally asking whether the board really needs to approve payables every month. Some seems more interested in patting themselves on the back for the job well done over the past 5, 10, 15 years. The other one, they're here in the corner that tries to ask questions while others jump on her, then quickly move on to the next topic. You should all be embarrassed. I want to know, are the additional impact fees from 2023 to the present that may have been overlooked or forgone? Who, us, going to pay the interest on the uncollectible money for all those years? What controls are in place to ensure all impact fees owed to the district are properly received and reconcealed? After a comprehensive review then conducted to determine whether familiar deprivations exist, what corrective actions will be implicated to prevent this form happening again? I respectfully ask the board to call for an independent review of impact fees, provide a public accounting of the funds identified in this manner, reviewing existing financial controls, and considering an independent audit of impact fees revenues from 2023 to present. The community deserves the confidence that every dollar owed to District 158 is being collected, tracked, and safeguarded. This is not about assigning blame. It's about accountability, transparency, responsibility, subforwarding of the taxpayers' funds, and making decisions about the continued employment of these who fail to display the ability to perform the job. Maybe some of the members, community, or comfortable burning their heads in the sand, voters yes to referendums and writing checks, rather than asking questions or holding their friends on the board accountable. I am not.
Thank you for your comments.
Do you have any questions?
I do not. I don't know if anybody else does, but I do not.
Mr. Andrews?
Thank you. Our second comment, Audrey Alvarez, please.
Hello, my name is, sorry, I wasn't sure if I was supposed to over it. Good evening, my name is Audrey Alvarez, and I am an incoming sophomore at Huntley High School. I'm here to speak on behalf of the members of the cultural clubs at HHS. Over many years, our clubs have highlighted the diversity of Huntley, but have recently been facing defunding. This puts us in a very difficult position because we have been struggling to put together events celebrating the many cultures in the community. In the 2025 to 2026 school year, RAD, Recognizing American Diversity Club, was unable to put together our annual Latin, Indigenous, Black, Asian Pacific Islander Heritage Month and other events due to inadequate funds.
Many of the other cultural clubs at HHS, such as AAPI and Black Student Union, have been entirely funded by the students' pockets and have also been struggling to put together events. This was very disappointing to many people in District 158 because it takes away the joy of being able to celebrate cultures as one big community. It should not be a burden to pay out of pocket just to share and celebrate our culture. In past years, more than 200 plus people and their cultures were celebrated at all these events, and such events have had 200 people attending in one night. We deserve funding for RAD, and we should be able to celebrate our love and diversity in Huntley without having to pay out of our own pockets.
Thank you.
Word.
Appreciate you coming this evening. Isabel Ruello, did I get that close?
My name is Isabel Morello, and I'm currently an incoming sophomore. I wanted to talk to the board about advocating for more summer school programs. I know of a lot of students that want to further their education and progress farther than their peers. I'm currently doing my own summer school classes, but I've noticed the inability to do different sessions over June and July, unlike other years at HHS because of funding. Our board and administrators at our school should advocate and teach students that summer school is not just credit recovery, but an opportunity for the future. I sincerely hope that the board will consider my proposal.
Thank
Any
you.
questions?
I do not. Thank you for your time. John Marchick?
Welcome, Marchick, sir.
Thank you for coming this evening.
Good evening. My name is John Marchick, and I'm an incoming sophomore at Huntley High School. Thank you for having me speak today. I'd like to share some of my thoughts on bus safety. I think we should apply stricter rules on the way students are allowed to act on buses. Because from my personal experiences on riding my bus home from school, I haven't felt safe. There are kids in the back of my bus who just sit in the back and smoke weed and clog up the bus while constantly making fun of others who try to step up every single day. We also have a new bus driver every month, which leads to my bus being late by 30 minutes every day, beginning of the school year. Since nobody wants to drive our bus due to how bad the kids act towards them, no one really acts up on about it, so they just keep doing what they want. One time we had a substitute teacher driving my bus home from school. He was a nice old man. He accidentally missed a turn since he wasn't familiar with that bus route, but after he missed a turn, it led to kids who were always high in the back of the bus, yelling insults at him and telling him to hurry up. And this one kid named Aiden, he tried standing up for the bus driver, but they just started calling him the N-word. I think it's a privilege to ride the bus home. If someone can't follow the rules, they should find an alternative way of transportation home, or they should just follow the rules and behave normally. I really think we should apply stricter rules so everyone feels more comfortable and safe on the bus. Thank you.
Thank you for coming this evening. Next item on the agenda here is revision and adoption. Are there any changes you made to tonight's agenda? If not hearing any, I move to adopt the agenda as it's presented.
Second.
A motion and a second for Mr. Beckey. Have a voice call. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No opposition. Motion carries 5-0. Item 8, Superintendent's report.
The first item to go over is our donations, and we had one donation this month. That donation was from Restricted Article Specialist, Inc. for $500 for the voice lacrosse equipment. So I want to give a thank you to Restricted Article Specialist for that donation. The next item is in the packet. Linked on there are updates. So we've done many of these. The first 3 actually were updated at our curriculum workshop a couple weeks ago. So it is the strategic planning measures on our KPI side, not the dashboard side. That'll have to come in the fall after we get some of our assessment data and all of that back. So here, looking at our 7 KPIs, there is an update whether or not we met, partially met, or did not meet, as well as an analysis and evidence report presentation. And as I said, the first 3 were gone quite into depth at our curriculum workshop. All 3 of those were met and linked in there, evidence reports or presentations throughout the school year with those. So I did want to kind of highlight and may ask the other cabinet members to jump in as we look at some of the other KPIs. The next KPI I do want to highlight is that we had one that falls under our communication that we're all involved in, but it was to look at implementing and evaluating at least one structured, reoccurring two-way communication model for each of our stakeholder groups, our staff, our students, and our community members. Families are with that, with at least 80% of the participants reporting that they felt heard and believed their feedback is considered in the decision-making process. And that KPI and the actions there fell over 3 of our priority areas: community engagement, teaching and learning, and student success. In reflecting on this, there was a lot of great work that was done with implementing various two-way mechanisms for our staff, for our students, for our community. One of those to highlight with all of our staff in family newsletters. We put a link that was on the bottom of all of those where parents, as they were receiving those, they could throw out a question, a concern, a suggestion, and within 24 or 48 hours, if it was at the district level or the building level, someone would be getting back to them with that. We did have a handful of people at the various buildings and even here at the district office, and I put that data linked in here, utilize that. I'd love for that to expand. We'll continue to make sure that we are getting that information out so that more individuals feel comfortable utilizing that. If it's because they're reaching out and making phone calls or getting that, that's perfectly fine as well. Those numbers, though, were relatively small. For our students, as you know, we implemented and established the student board representatives and the student superintendent student advisory. Feedback from that and at our building level for those buildings that had a similar advisory, students felt very heard, and they were appreciative of having that mechanism to be able to share their concerns and talk with other classmates as well as administration. And then looking at our staff, we know that we had some real positive feedback throughout the year, especially in our professional development, looking at how we provide various professional development opportunities. And it wasn't just a one and done. That continued to be looked at by our L&I department, working with the rest of cabinet to ensure that we were really listening to staff. So we well met that 80% or above threshold. But our vision and voice was very, very impactful. And we had a great turnout at each of one of our buildings. Individuals, we had a lot of comments from individuals or from the HEA sharing how appreciative they were to be able to have Dr. Zare and myself there to hear those concerns, bring those forward for the development of our climate and culture committee, coming up with those 5 themes. There were, in totality, after the 10 buildings were had those meetings, there were hundreds of individuals that attended those. However, there were only, Dr. Zare, 101, maybe, that 101, 102 who actually scanned in on that QR code, and then from there, there were 40-something individuals who replied. So those numbers to me are too small to say that we met that. I do really feel that we did some great work on there, but that's going to be a continuation. We'll continue to bring those forward and to know whether or not the themes and the work of the Climate and Culture Committee are truly impacting the suggestions and the ideas that we're hearing from our students and our staff. It's too early to tell that. So I put that as a partially met. there, and that's okay. You know, it would be great to hit 100% mark, but we know that there's always room to grow and improve there. The next two, we're looking around, and I'm gonna kind of be vague on this one because Mr. Altmeyer will be talking about it. It is, I'll come back to this one, is more about our operational efficiencies, and he had a mid-year operational efficiency update, and he does have another one here, so that was our KPI number 6. And KPI number 7 talked about our implementation process, procedures, systems for internal consistency and transparency around that budgeting and resource allocation, especially at our building and our department level. And it was a few months ago, Mr. Altmeyer had, through feedback from you as board, looked at our budgeting process through the year, shared some of those things. We've made some tweaks and changes to that. We've had some sessions with our buildings, really getting down and dirty with their budgets and what do those dollars mean, looking at zero-based budgeting rather than here's what you have, go ahead and spend it. It's what do you need? How does it tie to our strategic plan where our data on student achievement is showing that we need to continue that work. So this is method will be continued through the budget process. As you know, we don't do a final percentage until the fall of our strategic plan. And at that time, we will have completed through the budgeting process, and we'll share more of the documentation and paperwork for that process. We want to make sure that that lives on, as you know, any of us here, that those processes are in place. And the last one I skipped over, sorry about that, was that Huntley 158 will increase family engagement by hosting a minimum of 4 district-level events designed to help support their children's learning at home. And attendance and feedback will be collected, and data will be used to inform future event planning and outreach strategies. Those have been shared along the way through our L&I department, especially on the special education side, through Mrs. Ina Hall and the work that she's done, but a concerted effort was done this year to ensure that we were making sure that these were open to all of our families. How can we support all families in supporting their students? And we did well more than 4 of those district level events. We'll be continuing on in that, really targeting a lot of the content area next year, as well as some of those transition plannings, attendance, social emotional. It's based truly on what is that feedback we're hearing from families that would support them, and I know uses that to be able to determine what those sessions may look like into next year. So you probably won't see that as a specific KPI. It will be something that we will be continuing on, maintaining and really listening to the voices of our families about what would be beneficial for them in those opportunities of support and professional development. So I did want to open that up to some feedback, asking if there were any questions. Again, in the fall, when we look at the student achievement component and the dashboard, we'll have a finalization. But I did want to provide some of the updates to the work that was done around these specific 7 KPIs this school year.
So just from what's been presented, thank you for the comprehensive summary of things regarding these KPIs. Having lived through a bunch of these and participated in a number of these, yeah, it's good to see these come back and say, yes, we did these activities, we did these events and worked to engage with our community. So thank you for summarizing all of it. Like you said, I'm glad to see that many of these were met and continue to grow in the other areas going forward. So thank you very much.
And next month, we will be bringing our 26-27 KPIs for feedback from all of you as we try to solidify those, because August will be here before you know it. We had a wonderful KPI summit with our L&I directors and our cabinet just this week, and really looking at those 5 buckets from the strategic plan and the specific bullets. What have we touched on? Where are we doing work? None of those are accomplished yet. If they were, we don't have a 5-year plan, right? But that comprehensive and how we are going to ensure that we are fully living out those 3 portraits and the work of the strategic plan. So we were looking at those. Where have we done great work? What haven't we touched yet? Where do we need to go? Looking at that, as Dr. Hoyo loved the comment, like a heat map, right? Like color coding where we are to really see that work, because it is going to take a number of years to truly be able to hit that vision that the strategic planning committee had last year.
If I may have one educating question for me, if you would. Congratulations, first of all. I think you've done an excellent job and almost got every KPI covered. But I'm looking at the number 4 on the fall communication survey, and everybody's happy. They're almost at an 80% response level. However, 54% of the parents agree that their feedback analysis was not considered in decision making. I'm just curious, is that gone up, I hope, in the next survey, or any ideas there?
So I will let Mrs. Barr fill it out. One of the things we did notice on there, we had a 5-numbered scale, right? Like they strongly agreed or they agreed. Most people will hit a 3, right? We're pretty comfortable. It's neither here nor there. Well, that doesn't really tell us a lot. So that 54% of the parents agreed their feedback is considered. I mean, you've done this annually for the last few years. Have you noticed that as an increase?
So I did it the first year I was here. I didn't do it last year, and then decided it was time to do it again. So wasn't asked that exact question first time around, but it is a question we will continue to ask. And Ms. Lombard is right. That neutral, the 5-point scale, skews things a little bit, because that is where the majority lied. And so what the number you're saying of the 54% is those who strongly agreed or agreed. So might need to craft that a little bit differently to avoid confusion and to be more precise with that. So thank you for noticing that. We'll adjust.
Thank you.
I just want to thank you for this report, and I appreciate the transparency on the percentages on that too. And when we don't meet one of these, that we're clear that we didn't meet it. I think that it's just transparent that there's areas for us to improve on.
We could have looked and said, hey, the PD part, that's over 80, but the other one was a little, or when the numbers are so small, is that a true 80% or higher indication if we only have a small number of people responding? So how do we get more of that? Is that through, being out there at the open houses and just stopping down the hallways, asking people how things are going and getting some of that informal as well? But it's important to be open and where can we grow? All right, and my last is not an agenda item on here, but it is a superintendent report, and it is just wanting to make sure that we are acknowledging that this is the last board meeting of Dr. McCrindle. Well, it's the last board meeting of the school year, but as she ventures on to become superintendent in a neighboring district, Dr. McCrindle, you've been with us for 8 years, and all of the curriculum and L&I side of that, but the impact that you've had has far exceeded just outside of that realm. The support that you have given your colleagues on the cabinet level, especially the support that you have given our principals in their growth and their day-to-day interactions with their staff and their students. We know that you, through the curriculum lens, touch all of our staff members in some form or another, because curriculum hits every building. And so the impact that it has had on all of our staff does not go unnoticed. And it is definitely one of those things that's bittersweet, knowing that you're going to be achieving a goal that you've had to be a superintendent and impacting a school district and other educators and students is extremely exciting. But it's hard to see that impact leave here. And I just wanted to make sure that you knew that where we're at, whether it's these KPIs or the student success, the parent support, you've truly had an impact on all of that. And I thank you for that. I thank you for the way that you've supported me in the roles that I have been in here with this, because to hit this success, it takes all of us. And you've been an extremely valued team member, and I am sad to see you go, but happy for your next adventure. And, you know, you're just right now next door, and I was supposed to make sure, because Mr. Creddy is not here, to remind you, once a Red Raider, always a Red Raider. Even though you like to wear blue now, it's okay. But I know we still have you for one more day on Monday, and so we'll be chatting. But I did want to acknowledge that and let you know how appreciative we all are and the impact that you've truly had here at Huntley 158.
Thank you for standing. We could all have stood for that. But
All right.
if anybody else wanted to.
Yeah, so I'm gonna jump in fast. So you and I met before you arrived here, back at your previous employer. And I remember when we got word as a board that you were coming here, and well, don't imagine it, please, but I was doing cartwheels. Not physically, but mentally. Because I was deeply impressed by you back then, and was thrilled that you would be here. And these 8 years that you've been here have been tremendous from my board seat. And I'm deeply grateful for everything that you have done and watched you grow to be the person that you are and going to lead a district down the road. I've said it many times to you when the news first came. I'm saddened for us, but I'm thrilled for them, and I'm thrilled for you. And I wish you absolutely nothing but the best success. Look forward to crossing paths with you down the road, whether it's a school board conference or someplace else. Please do great things, lead a wonderful district, and leave your mark and make them better too, that you've made us. With that, I do have a small thank you from all of us that are up here. You'd like to have this now, or you can have this later. It's entirely up to you. But thank you very, very much.
Can we get a group picture right there?
Yeah, sure.
Do we do it right now?
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Oh, man.
All right.
Okay, we're gonna come down there, because it sounds, it's silly to stand up there when you're down there. Yeah.
Yes, you want to take the last picture.
It won't recognize.
You're not gonna get in there? What do you, people, you're part of the table. Oh, Steve, no, you're you're in the middle. You have to be in the middle. Well, you can make her in the middle if you want.
In the middle,
We can make it work.
One more day, you're right. Get one and make up.
Yeah.
It's okay. All right, everybody.
Yeah.
Picture taker.
No.
You gotta get it out. Here.
There's plenty of volunteers.
Can I have a city?
Pretty good.
Yeah, we haven't done that.
I like that.
No, I did, yeah.
You can.
I know.
Am I allowed to speak on the superintendent report part?
Sure.
For a second? Thank you,
Comment?
Ms. Lombard. I'm going to comment on it. I just want to say thank you, to each and every one of you up here, Ms. Lombard especially, just for your trust and, for being patient with me as I've grown over the last 8 years. I reflect back to some of the mistakes, and I still make mistakes, we all do, I've made. I am just so grateful. We have such a great community when it comes to our families, our staff, and then the team here. And so, it's bittersweet. That's how I feel. I'm excited, but there's some deep roots here, and I'm just so proud of the work, and I'm excited to watch it continue. So thank you, and thank you for just your support and trust over the time. Thank you.
One last time, say go Red Raiders.
Oh, yeah. Go Red Raiders. Once a Red Raider, always a Red Raider.
There you go.
I'm there.
It's gonna be at the end of the graduation. Yeah.
I might mess up when I go to my first graduation.
All good?
Yep.
All right, number 9, student board representative. Lombard again?
Yeah, and Olaf can jump in if he'd like, but I wanted to officially welcome and introduce our newest student advisory representative to the board, Olaf Rosner. Did I get that right? Rosner. Olaf is going to be a junior, is currently involved in our NHS, our Spanish Honor Society, and the HHS Engineering Academy, and is also a co-leader of the Raiders Engineering Club. I've gotten to know Olaf a little bit through the interview process, and one of the things that really stood out to me is Olaf's strong desire, not just at the high school, but to get the voice of all of our students. And how do we continue to make Huntley 158 a great place for all of our students and our families, and really thinking about how to get that voice from our youngest learners all the way through our high school and our late. And I'm extremely excited to see Olaf work alongside Emma, who has a track meet tomorrow. So she couldn't be here because they've got practice going on there. But I know we will have a meeting here soon for the two of them to really talk through what is it that they'd like to accomplish this year and make those roles truly what they'd like to see this year. So Olaf, welcome officially. I know you were at our workshop for curriculum. If you'd like to share anything today, feel free. Otherwise, you can just kind of relax and then jump on in at our August meeting. So welcome.
Thank you.
I'm good now, I think.
All right, thank you for that. Item 10, Curriculum and Instruction Committee, Mr. Beckley.
All right, for one last time, I will hand it over to Dr. McCrindle for curriculum instruction update.
All right, we just have 4 updates that you can read more, you were able to read more in depth about during, through the packet. But the first one was just highlighting the curriculum workshop that we did complete that Ms. Lombard mentioned on June 4th. I know the Learning and Innovation team and principals are always extremely excited to share the great work that goes on. So thank you for those that were able to be there. And I know Mr. Bobby couldn't attend, but if you'd like to hear an update, Dr. Foy, you would be happy to schedule some time to show you. We were able to dive into some of the subgroups. We looked at gifted, we looked at our EL, our special ed, et cetera. So I think you would like to probably engage in that conversation. But we were very excited about that. We did want to just highlight quickly the ACT scores. You might have seen some things in the news about ACT nationwide with the scores. But there was a scoring issue, is what they're calling it, which affected students who participated in the online school day ACT testing, which was all of our students, here in Huntley. And so following a review, they actually ended up revising the scores for students across the country. The updated results did reflect positive adjustments for many students, and here in Huntley, about 71% of our students who were tested did increase their scores, mainly in the reading areas where it was impacted the most. So that did impact their composite score going up a little bit as well. ACT did share that no one's scores went down with their recalibration, but the revised scores will be reflected in our district student achievement data. So just wanted to make sure you were aware. If you've seen anything, we are also aware, and nothing that we can do. It was just an ACT issue on their end. We also just wanted to highlight with ECRA. It's our longstanding partner. We've been partnered with them for about 15 years. They provide some data and analytics. They give us our platform for our continuous improvement dashboard that Ms. Lombard mentioned will be updated in the fall. But we are able to expand our partnership as a part of our ongoing fee with them, where they are able to access our data from the state level more directly. And so we've been able to do this with Access this last year, which is our EL assessment data. And they're now able to do that with our literacy, our math, our attendance, et cetera. And so we don't need any action or anything because we're already a partner with them, but it's going to make the data sharing more secure. Right now, we upload it through a third-party site that we download some information, upload it to them, and they'll be able to actually just directly connect with everything from the state like they do with Access already. So I just want to let you know that that's a change to our partnership, which is exciting. And then finally, the consolidated district plan, you did approve that in May for us to submit. We pushed submit, and it is currently going through the processes. And so once it gets approved, we sometimes get it shot back. We did for a couple edits. You know, we made the edits, resubmitted. And then once we do that, Dr. Hoy, you will actually be submitting our grant for ESEA. You might have actually done that today to Ms. Lombard, yes. And so they check to make sure that all of our grants align with our consolidated district plan. So she'll provide an update in July on the status of that. And with that, if there are any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Any questions? All right, hearing no questions.
Thank you.
Finance Committee is next.
All right, Finance Committee, Mr. Craddy's not here. Mr. Ruth, you want to run with this one?
Fire away.
That works for me. Fire away works.
Fiscal updates, go right ahead.
Absolutely. Well, part of the fiscal updates, we do get to talk about our operational efficiency update. But I do have a few updates that I do want to start with on the monthly fiscal updates. We're still moving forward on the Skyward implementation. The team's working really hard as the data has rolled over from SDS into Skyward. So we are in the process currently of reconciling and doing all the things we need to do while at the same time prepare for year end. So our year end audit. So it's absolutely going to be a fun summer in the fiscal office. So we have that going on. Also wanted to let the board know that during the month we did receive a BCBS settlement of $69,000 relating to a class action lawsuit. And I'm very thankful to our brokers for alerting us to this class action lawsuit that was filed, I think, years ago. And it all started off with the HR department receiving the notices and filing those class action lawsuits. And as a result, the district received, I think this past week or 2 weeks ago, $68,373 related to that settlement. So that has been deposited accordingly. So little good news on that Blue Cross Blue Shield front, but not a lot of great news. I wish it was a lot more. In addition to that, we also received notice during the month that we are going to receive a ComEd rebate. This is actually part of Mr. Lindquist's update, but it's also an operational efficiency because with the capital project going on in Heinemann currently, the chiller, that's a $2.8 million chiller going on the roof of Heinemann. They just put it up there the other day. We worked very hard with Midwest Mechanical, or the company who's doing the install on that, and ComEd, and applied for a rebate. This is the absolute largest rebate, and ComEd will tell you this, that they have ever given out in the history of ComEd rebates, and it's $660,000. And so once that chiller, and that's because of the energy efficiency that system is bringing to that building, that's the reason for the extent of that rebate, combined with obviously the cost of $2.8 million for that chiller and that system.
So once that system is up and running and commissioned, the paperwork has already been appropriately filed, and ComEd has committed and told us they're committing to that. So you will also see that as a budget adjustment in a later discussion item that we have today. So that's an operational efficiency item, but that's also a really good update. So that's a very positive number for the FY '27 school year. Jumping into operational efficiencies, right? We've got a lot of things going on the latter half of the year. We continued the list, so the list that we provided in December, we added to that list, we updated that list. So a few things just to highlight, with the focus continuing to be on operational efficiency. During the year, we flipped the switch, if you will, on community solar being turned on in the fall of this past year. As a reminder, that is bringing an increase in farm rentals to the district, as well as an increase in energy credits that we received from ComEd as a result of that, both totaling about an additional $50,000 a year of revenue. Not to mention all of the savings going to the community for all the members that signed up on community solar. So that's something we should celebrate. Working with the curriculum and elementary staff, we reduced the number of Chromebooks going to first grade, right? We took a long, hard look working with learning and innovation and the technology department, as to, where do we pull back a little bit on the use of Chromebooks? And by pulling back on the use of Chromebooks at the kindergarten level and at the first grade level, that brought some significant savings to the district for next year's budget as well. We had talked about this the last few months, partnering with District 300 on a paper bid, as well as leveraging their fuel bid. We saw approximately a 27% reduction in the cost of paper, amounting to about $30,000 a year. And leveraging their fuel bid, we're saving about 15%. We estimate to save about 15% of our diesel fuel costs moving forward, and that actually started last month. So good news there. We spend over $500,000, $500,000, maybe $600,000 based on the cost of diesel lately in fuel. So that 15% will be very good to see in FY '27. We did replace all the automatic flush valves to manual flush valves on the Harmony Road campus. I can tell you when we did that on this campus, if you recall, by doing that, we saved over 4 million gallons of water in 1 year. So hopefully we'll see a little savings there as well on the water side for that campus. The lighting retrofit continues at the high school in Cheswick. They are about 60% done with that project, and they continue that project over the summer months, replacing those fluorescent lights to LED. We do plan to be essentially done by the end of summer, so that project continues. We hired a refrigeration tech in operations and maintenance, which is helping significantly. We've got a lot of aging infrastructure within food services with our coolers and whatnot, and we always used to have to bring in an outside company to repair those. As well as obviously pay a little more for parts. So we now have an in-person doing that, saving us a lot of money on that front, and it's an additional resource for the operations and maintenance department, which is great. This one is something we're going to bring forward next month and provide a little more information to the board, but we're implementing a new food services menu planning nutrient analysis software. That's a mouthful, no pun intended. Because we have a software today, but it really doesn't do what we need. And this is a really, really good software that is USDA approved. And because it's USDA approved, we're actually eligible to receive additional rebates, refunds on the National School Lunch Program of 9 cents per meal, which should bring an additional approximate $40,000 of National School Lunch revenues to the district. So that is a cost saving as well. Even though the software is costing a little more, we're going to make it up. So we're going to share a little bit more about that because it's a really cool thing that we're going to bring forward. We'll share that at the next board meeting. And then lastly, I did want to provide an update. The Renew America grant, we've got some board members here that have been on the board for years, several years. And this is something 2-3 years ago that we were awarded as part of 17 districts. The school district was awarded, along with 17 districts, $1.1 million for 2 school buses and chargers, approximating $1.1 million, whereby this grant would cover the cost, 95% of the cost of the school buses and 95% of the charging stations. So very little out of pocket for the school district, but 95%. And so we were very excited. This was years ago when we were in DC for the Green Ribbon Award, and we were expecting this to come down the pipeline. But it was delayed, and then we had some administration changes at the federal level, and things went away, unfortunately, and things have been put on hold with EV infrastructure in general. But we have been told that they feel very strongly now that they are moving forward with that grant, and that in the fall of this year, we will be awarded that money. But because those 17 school districts have dwindled to, well, maybe 10 or 11 now, because many of them said, yeah, we're done with this. Count us out. Well, the pot of money is still there, and so our sum of money of $1.1 million is now looking to be almost $1.6 million. So once that does come down the pipeline, we'll be able to use that not only for the 2 electric buses that we were planning for which our infrastructure can hold. We'll have the charging stations, but it will give us a lot of additional money for fully electric, maybe minivans or other things that are compliant with this grant. Because we do have quite a few aging. We have 3, maybe 4 minivans that are all 13, 14 years old with very large miles on it. Vehicles that, if we don't see this come down the pipeline, we will be planning on replacing because we are putting students in some of minivans. So that's really good news. I did want to give the board the update on that. So a lot of really great things happening from an operational efficiency standpoint. I love that we have this goal. I think it has really changed the culture of what we do. We are now, this is a culture that we've always had at the higher level of administration. But the more we do this, the more we sit down with our building principals, the more we do zero-based budgeting. This is becoming a culture at all levels of the organization. District. So I would be happy to answer any questions on the operational efficiency or the fiscal update, if you have any.
I was just curious on the electric bus thing. The extra money, does it have to be spent towards more electric buses, or can we do it anywhere?
So the question is, can we do, I'm sorry?
The excess money we're getting.
Oh, the excess money, we could do another electric bus.
But do we have to?
No, we don't have to. Right. So currently, as the grant is written, we committed long ago that we would have what we call mobile V2G. And V2G is vehicle to grid. So this whole grant was based on all the districts implementing microgrids, putting batteries on their property, so that not only could we have solar, but we could have batteries so that we could essentially operate our facilities without the use of ComEd. And we said, well, we didn't want trailers full of batteries on the property, so how about a mobile V2G? And they like that idea because we will have the ability to, if, for instance, if the power in this building goes out, one of our electric school buses could power this building for the day. That's how much power is in an electric bus. And so with that concept, we were approved to be part of that group of 17 districts. With the purchase of 2 electric buses. We could use that extra money for really anything we want as long as it's approved under the grant. So whether it's minivans, fully electric minivans, or it's an electric bus, or it's other charging stations to support the infrastructure we have, those are the things that I'm aware of that would be eligible, if that helps.
Are there any other questions?
Yeah, I have one. So you were talking about the National School Lunch. I hope that's not my microphone.
No, that's, we do have a summer project to get that repaired, by the way.
National School Lunch. So every year, as I recall, we increase the price of a school lunch. Will we need to do that with this particular adjustment?
We would still propose that because on an annual basis under the National School Lunch Program, at a minimum every year, we need to get closer and closer to that reimbursement rate. So we're actually, the minimum increase we can have is 10 cents. So yes, we will need to do the 10-cent proposed increase, and we usually do that every year in July.
I just remember that we do that, and so with this particular adjustment, I was curious if there's an offset there to be had, or if we still have to do it because we still have to increase and try and get close, as you said.
Exactly. We still need to get closer to the net reimbursement rate at the federal level, and we're not there yet.
And then we had a public comment today, so I don't expect that you'll have an answer today, but I would expect that you're doing some research into the matter that's been raised.
No, thank you very much. As part of the revenue and executive summary, I was going to address that.
Okay.
But I'll address it now. And first and foremost, I want to thank, Ms. Daughtry for bringing that forward. We did have a conversation on that. And I do believe, you know, the number that she referenced was $500,000. And working with Gilbert's, because she was working with Gilbert's at the same time I was working with Gilbert's, and I was talking to their assistant village manager and their director of finance. And she shared with both of us, the director of finance, shared with both of us a number of checks that were sent to District 300 with all of the backup for all the impact fees. And some of those checks approximated, well, it was over $500,000. But the checks that were shared and the email that was sent, well, it was a little confusing. If you read that at face value, it did seem like all of those checks were in fact meant for District 158. But the properties we're talking about is called the Conservancy, and I drive that every single day. It's up Galligan Road. And the Conservancy has 11 different neighborhood developments as part of their infrastructure plan. 11 neighborhoods, and the first 3 neighborhoods that are developed, neighborhood 1, neighborhood 2, and neighborhood 3, there's about 544 homes that are planned and pretty much built. They're almost built out. Those are all District 300 neighborhoods, and what we learned and identified is there is a sliver of property for which our boundary line cuts through. And it cuts through whereby there were 5 houses within neighborhood 3, for which even Gilbert's at the time didn't think any of the homes were District 158, but our boundary line does in fact cut through 5 of those homes. And it was those 5 addresses, those 5 homes, that the impact fees that were collected on those, from those developers, those are the homes that went to District 300. So upon immediately researching that and looking at that and pulling up the pins and validating that they are under their property tax bill, they are District 300, or I mean District 158. I worked with the CFO of District 300 and said, hey, we've got $21,000 of impact fees, a little more than $21,000 of impact fees, for which Gilbert's remitted to you that should have gone to us, and we're in the middle of providing them all the detail so that they will reimburse us appropriately, which he said that would be absolutely no problem. So I want to assure the board that we're not talking about $500,000. We're talking about $21,000 or 1% of those 544 homes in the first 3 phases. What's interesting about the Conservancy is everything moving forward in neighborhoods 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. There's 11 neighborhoods. There's approximately 650 of those homes will be all coming to District 158. I think Gilbert thought, the director of finance thought, as well as the assistant village manager, that neighborhood 1, 2, and 3 were 100% 300, when in fact there was only 99%, because they didn't realize that we had that corner carved out. So that has been really kind of taken care of, and I do want to thank Ms. Daughtry for bringing that forward, because without her bringing it forward, we would not have found that. And so I do appreciate that.
So she had mentioned going back to 2023 on that?
Well, 2023 is when they started building neighborhood 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
And those are District 300 properties, yeah.
And I've mentioned this to a couple other board members before the meeting. You probably remember this too. We've had this type of snafu, shall we say, with the way that district boundaries are. They've cut through farmland today, or they cut through farmland back then. But as houses get built and roads are put in and the infrastructure of the houses, these little jagged edges end up having this type of an impact. I remember this a bunch of years ago, maybe 15 years ago when I started on the board. There was exactly such a situation in Algonquin with that, where property owners sending kids to District 158. But there was this jagged edge of what's going on, and then it wasn't until there was more research done to discover what was the root of the matter and correct it accordingly. So
correct. We had property tax issues with District 300 on that, and that was an agreement specifically on that.
I understand the concern and the wanting to get this resolved, but please, for the public, with these jagged edges, they are not straight lines. So these types of things do fall through the cracks every once in a while, and I expect that as these neighborhoods do continue to get built out on the edges of our 4 orders. I'm not saying this is going to be commonplace, but at the same time, I think there's a little bit of patience and understanding here too.
Yeah, and I think we have really good relationships with, whether it's Gilbert's or it's Huntley, Algonquin, all of the villages surrounding us. So, certainly it's something to highlight and make sure that we continue to look at. But again, I do want to thank Ms. Daughtry for bringing that forward.
Absolutely.
I would also like to thank Ms. Daughtry for bringing up, I guess, the question that I know she raised and I would raise as well, is going forward, is there anything we can learn from this that we could put ahead to prevent this from occurring from any future impact fees?
Yeah, we're always looking at the developments and understanding what we're supposed to receive. It's when we have a jagged edge, right? I had previous conversations with the Village of Gilbert's when we went through the CASARDA study. And in going through the CASARDA study, we were told by Gilbert's that, well, neighborhoods 1, 2, and 3 were 100%, right? 300. And that our neighborhood 4, wouldn't start for quite a while, which is kind of reflected in some of the CASARDA analysis. And so I think we took that at face value because we do have a really good relationship with them. We trust them. We work very well with them and Huntley. But it's these situations for which we need to take sometimes a little closer look at the boundary lines, which we will absolutely do now when new developments go up to see if there is anything at risk. To make sure that we are receiving those impact fees, and probably more importantly, that from a property tax standpoint, the assessors, right, are getting it right, and the county is getting it right, because we also want to make sure that those property tax dollars are coming to us as well.
Mr. Olmeyer, too, there are newer technologies and platforms that are able to really zone in and highlight some of those areas where the boundary line cuts right through, whether it's that forest preserve or that subdivision that's kind of, as you said, this little cutout there. And I believe that was one of the things we were able to really zone in on this resource.
So Ms. Lombard is referencing a GIS mapping system that, well, I had the opportunity, I was at the Village 2 weeks ago, and the Village was pulling up their GIS mapping system, and they were doing an overlay of, here's the school district's boundaries, and here's the water lines, and here's the infrastructure, and there's all these different things this GIS mapping system could do. And so Charlie over at the Village of Huntley, I was like, wow, this is unbelievable. I mean, you could really zoom in, and it's live data, and you could zoom into everything, and you could really see the boundary lines and where they're cutting through between two homes, for example. And so when I was on the phone with Riley, I said, hey, Riley, I just got this new GIS link from the Village. I'm going to pull this up. And he goes, oh, we have a GIS link as well, so let me pull up mine. And he did the overlay as well. And we both were looking at the exact same thing on the same GIS system at the same time. So it was really kind of cool. And that really helped us identify very quickly, oh, yeah, we were wrong. There are 5 homes within neighborhood 3 that should have gone to District 158. So thank you for pointing it out. So it's now a tool in our toolbox. So working with the Village, so it was great that they shared that with us.
Are these 5 houses have kids in school there?
I think we have 1 student for which I believe we are picking up there.
At anymore. It appears that those 5 are utilized as rental properties. So we did have 1, they have since moved out of district. So right now we do not have any, but we did have 1 for a short period of time as those are rentals.
So I think my question though is, how did that family or those families, whoever, know to register with 158 and not with 300? Did they attempt to register at 300 and 300 said, no, like what triggered them to register with 158 and then when we're doing residency, we're, new students, and then setting up transportation, like how did that all happen? How did that family know to register with us?
I don't have that specific answer. I know the tax bill is us, and so the taxes were, I would assume that's how they knew to register here. That's how not that they're no longer here, I would know how to ask that question, but I'm assuming it's the tax bill. So the tax bill and the taxes are being sent to us correctly.
Okay, so since they were renting, probably the owner would have so the landlord would have told them, you go to 158. But we do residency checks, right? So how did that pass? When the family went to register their child to come here, if we didn't know that was our property, how did we accept them as a student and not say, oh, no, you're not, you're at 300?
I think it's two different departments, so when they go to register with the information and the tax information, there wasn't a question from our district. I think it was with the, components there with the impact fee. As Mr. Altmeyer was saying, right, they're not part of the registration process on that, and it didn't highlight, oh, we didn't get a check from Gilbert because, but we are, all of our departments, we're looking at how do we have, you know, that component, especially in those areas. We have a couple of subdivisions. We have one in Hampshire where part of it goes to District 300 and part is here. And we need to make sure that those departments are clearly talking to ensure that.
And so we have verified that the tax bill does come to us for those 5
Yes.
houses?
Yes.
Okay, so we're there. And then there was a question about interest. How old is the check? When was that check cut, and is there any interest owed on that money or not? I don't know.
Well, I would have to look at the detail of the check. It could have been a few years old, but we are only talking about $21,000. You know, and that's a mistake at the village level, first and foremost, right? They made the assumption that it was a 300 property. And then when 300 received it, they didn't recognize that those properties weren't theirs either. So it's great that we identified it. The interest earnings on $21,000 over a few years is going to be relatively minimal. I don't think I should be asking District 300 to reimburse us with interest, but.
Maybe Gilbert.
Yeah, maybe Gilbert's, you know, if they mess that up a little bit.
That was my question. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other updates, or any other questions on the monthly fiscal update?
Did this include activity report, or are you getting to that?
No, I generally have nothing else to add on the activity report.
So I just have a quick question on the activity report. Well, let me get to it.
I'll do the best I can. I don't have that up yet.
Part of the revenue and expenditure item, the activity report.
No, the activity report is the
Activity.
activity.
Oh, sorry, haven't gotten there yet.
You're good.
No, you're good.
No, I am
You're in the right
good, I am,
place.
okay.
Yep.
You're in the right place.
I know we bounced around a little bit, so
Yes.
just a quick question, when I'm looking at the expenditures for the high school, why would, where is it now? ACT cost. But why would that be an activity? Why isn't that?
For some things, there's in and outs for which they are charging students to take certain tests and whatnot. They use an in and out account, just like they do for prom and some other things where they're collecting money from students and then expending money for the cost of whatever that event may be. And so we do that through an activity account rather than a general ledger board account, so it's very common within school districts.
Yes.
It would be if a student, was taking it, they were not, when it was a state assessment version of it, so there could be some students who take the test again, there could be some software, et cetera.
Yeah.
It depends on, if I in the pre-ACT, if there's a different part, they just call it ACT, and so there are students who take the test that pay, and, they pay the district, and the district pays on their behalf, and so it would have to come through an activity account.
Yeah, it says ACT test proctors and table rentals, $7,900. So that just,
Oh, test practice, so in order to give the ACT, we do have to rent tables for the gym. Now, I don't know why they would use an activity account.
that was my question, why would that be?
That'd be the question, but we do rent tables in order to get.
Yeah, I could follow up on that.
Okay, it stood out as, I mean, I could see like we're going to Six Flags or we're going on this, but I was like, ACT, that's.
Yeah, local budget would be expensive, yeah.
Okay, yes, thank you.
Other questions?
Would you like me to go to the next item?
Please.
Next item is the revenue and expenditure report. So in front of you, you have the April 26th financial executive summary. I do want to point out that the net operating deficit as of the end of April approximates $2.3 million of deficit, which is primarily driven by health insurance. So I'm just going to jump right to page 2 on the health insurance. As we talked about last month, with the additional billings coming down the pipeline from Blue Cross Blue Shield of over approximating $2 million. They initially told us that we would see that invoice as a separate invoice in June. But as you can see, when you look at the April invoice, and I expect we're going to see that in the May invoice, they subsequently let us know that no, with the April and May additional billings that you see, that is covering the additional billings that we should have billed you in January and February and maybe March of 2026 related to one of the plans in prior plan year. So that being said, that is why you're seeing a $2.4 million month in claims for April 26, which is by far the absolute highest claim month we ever had. But that does include possibly $1 million of back billing. They did not actually give us and specify specifically that, hey, these are the back billings that you should have seen in any given month. It was just part of the full claim number. So we continue to work with Alliance and Blue Cross Blue Shield to better understand how and why that happened. Right, they are our third-party provider. They are our third-party administrator to make sure that we don't overpay on claims, that we are being billed appropriately, and that we're paying them appropriately. So it's very concerning when we see things like this come down the pipeline for somebody. We're paying them $400,000 approximately to be our third-party administrator to process those claims. So we continue to work with our broker as well as Blue Cross Blue Shield to better understand that and to make sure it doesn't happen again. We had this, if you recall, over a year ago on the rebate side, where they missed passing a rebate back to us, and that was almost $1 million. And Alliant caught that, our broker caught that. Our broker wouldn't be able to catch this because it was on the claim side, but on the rebate side, they were able to catch that. So we continue to have meetings with Blue Cross Blue Shield and Alliant, and hopefully we get this thing figured out, because finding out that we're running and trending that much over budget 3 months in arrears is never a good thing, especially as we approach year end. So we are trending at almost $2.6 million over budget, depending upon what May comes in at in April, or excuse me, June. So that pretty much makes up the operating deficit that you're seeing on page 1. If you look at the net all funds deficit on page 1 of $6.3 million, that's really a function of revenue recognition on the fourth quarter property tax levy. As we recognize additional revenue for the months of May and June, that will offset that 6.3 significantly, because you need to understand the majority of that is that difference between all funds and operating funds is bond and interest, and we've made all of the bond payments for the year. We just haven't recognized the revenue yet in the financial statements because we're in the month of April. So that's very common that you'll see that. Other than that, there's really nothing else to add at this time. We have been working with the buildings and the departments as we approach year end. It looks like we're going to have some significant material favorability in learning and innovation of upwards of $150,000 to $200,000. We have favorability at the building levels because we have asked everybody several weeks ago that if you have money left in your budget, we at this point in time, we don't want you to spend those dollars. And we do have favorability in some of the other departments as well. So that will all flush out during the year-end process and the year-end audit, and we'll be able to give the board a much closer picture as we move forward. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Are you confident in the third-party review of these buildings?
Third-party review of?
The appropriateness of the billings that we're getting.
Some
of the experiences, we've had a lot of trouble with that. And
yeah, I have often considered, and we considered this years ago, you can hire a company to come in, audit Blue Cross Blue Shield. And that's usually on a contingent type of fee basis. We're thinking about it. I think it's a conversation that we need to have with our broker as well as with our health insurance committee. We have to recognize that there may be a cost to that. But at the same time, if we do want to feel really good, that our third-party administrator, Blue Cross Blue Shield, is not double paying doctors, for instance, or not overpaying claims, that is something that we should consider. Now, that being said, understanding a lot of the co-ops out there that have 40-plus districts, they've never had any thought that they have not had issues with Blue Cross Blue Shield and their internal processes to make claims. But just like when we do an accounts payable audit, right? You do it because it's a good control. It's a good internal audit, if you will. And you hope you don't catch anything. You usually don't catch something, but every once in a while you catch something. And I give the example of we did an internal audit to look for duplicate payments, and rather than, and we didn't find anything, but when we called our top 50 customers and we found out that they had $80,000 in credits for the last 4 or 5 years sitting on their books, we said, well, oh, that's nice. Can you cut us a check? Because when some of those things happen on their books and they don't let you know, some of those things just fall through the cracks. And then they end up, on the state report of dollars not collected. And so maybe a good opportunity at some point to go through that process with Blue Cross Blue Shield, I guess is what I'm saying.
I'd strongly consider it. My experience, we did one at several years, but stayed 50% audit. Any other questions? Want to move on?
Okay, last item under fiscal updates. As we've been discussing over the last several months, we've been working with the buildings over the last 6 months or so, refining and working on and understanding, obviously, the fundraising and crowdfunding policy. And rather than, we all felt that the policy by itself was fairly strong. In fact, our policy follows press standards. But where we felt we needed to be a little stronger, a lot stronger, was on the administrative procedure side. So in front of you, I have provided all of the updates that we plan on moving forward with it. In fact, we've already moved forward on a lot of these updates. It's just putting a little more accountability, a little more process surrounding student fundraising as well as crowdfunding. For example, if we are using crowdfunding activities, we're communicating with all of our coaches and all of our activity directors that if you're going to do a fundraiser, in no event should the participation level be less than 75 or 80%, meaning we should always be receiving 75 to 80% of the revenues that are being donated by our families and friends and community. And in some instances, before we did that, right, we were seeing 30% and 35% and 40% going to the crowdfunding companies. That's no longer, and we implemented that immediately. But what we're also doing is we're making sure that our activity directors, our athletic directors, the people who oversee the activities are meeting with the activity owners, our coaches, anybody who's doing fundraisers, so they are very clear on the fundraising policy. So under other key directives, we added a lot more beef, if you will, to make sure that we are having these discussions with coaches. We are making sure that they're well aware of the participation in fundraising has to be voluntary. It cannot be a pressure-driven situation. We need to let those students know that, and they need to feel that. For whether it's student safety or it's the crowdfunding, there's a lot of different things that we need to make sure that they are aware of. Also on an annual basis, right, we have a lot of new coaches. We have a lot of new activity directors. We need to make this part of the culture each and every year that we're sitting down with these folks and they understand this policy, because it does impact our students, it impacts our district, and it impacts the resources that we all have, especially for themselves, really. We're trying to save them kind of from themselves. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have, but working with the team, we're very excited to present this to the board.
Am I mistaken, or I thought that one of the intended outcomes here was to consolidate the number of vendors that we were using for fundraising, and I don't see that in.
No, with all due respect, we talked about that internally. But the problem is the crowdfunding companies that we're using out there are all a little different. Some provide better value for, say, a community card program versus another company that sells certain products and has a little more opportunity to do different things. So rather than limit the crowdfunding companies that we're using to just one or two, or just one, we found that just one crowdfunding company wouldn't really provide our clubs, our athletic programs, the variety of things that they're accustomed to doing and that they want to do. Rather, really, the issue was the participation level was too high. The crowdfunding companies were taking a bigger piece of the pie. So we're kind of limiting it to that versus just one or two crowdfunding companies for that reason. Because we started to work with one and they said, well, that's fine, but you can only use us for everything. And it really limited what we could do. And we said, okay, well then, if you're going to work with us, then it has to be this. And they said, that's fine.
Right. I guess my thought is not necessarily limiting to one or two, but having a list of companies that we have vetted based on our standards, even if that is 12 to 15 companies long, that then is provided to the buildings, and you must pick from this list because we have vetted them based on the standards that we've outlined.
I think that could be something we can do down the road. Obviously, that's not a real quick process. I will tell you that the majority of the crowdfunding companies we are using today that you see coming through are crowdfunding companies that we have been using for years. So we could easily get that started with, hey, we know the ones that we're currently very comfortable with as a starting point. And if any new ones come along internally for this year, I could certainly work with our athletic directors and our activity directors to make sure that if we're using a new crowdfunding company, it needs to be vetted. And internally, I could say, not only does it need to be vetted by you, but it needs to be vetted by me, right? From a financial perspective, to make sure that they are a legit company, that they are sustainable. We're not going to lose our money once they collect it, type of thing. So we can certainly add that to this. And I see the question you're asking. I do think it's a very good idea. We didn't bring that forward though within this.
I would like to see that added to the other key points and directives list.
Okay, either adding to the administrative procedure or an exhibit to that policy as well. We could have that list in either of those locations that it's been approved. Thank you.
And to Mr. Feckety's point, and to Mr. Altmeier's, I suppose, these companies probably are in flux as well. They're here today, they're here for a couple of years, they flame out, and then you've got to find somebody else to essentially replace them on that list. To me, they're internet-based companies, so not a brick and mortar, although brick and mortar isn't necessarily as stable as a list either. So even if we populate a list, there is some flexibility in having that long list. However, you're going to be vetting companies back and forth just to have that list as grows and maintains.
Yes,
But here's my understanding of what's happening.
Sure.
Is that we publish a list of our coaches and activity directors, and those individuals are being inundated with emails from these companies saying, fundraise with us, fundraise with us. We will get you maximum dollar. We have the best program. And then Johnny Coach is responding to one of these emails, and that's how some of these contracts are being started.
Okay.
Not just in District 158.
Sure, I can understand.
And so having a process or something to say, we're going to vet this at the district level, all of that is junk and spam. It's kind of what I've
And treated as such.
No,
Right.
I agree. I think it's we're talking crowdfunding. We're not talking supplies. We're not talking purchase services. We're not talking anything incredibly special. So I think that's a great idea. So,
I have several questions here because I I've kind of been asking about this vetting process, for months now. I mean, this has been not something new. And if you look at, we have companies that we tend to utilize a lot, Adrenaline, Effinger, they kind of then have these doing business as whatever they're changing their name to at the time. But there's a little fine print at the bottom that, it's almost like we're locked into utilizing them for the same fundraiser for the next 12 months, that if we chose not to use them, we wouldn't be able to utilize that same fundraiser for 12 months, or we'd have to give them a percentage of some sort of money back, if I remember the verbiage that I read at the bottom of these contracts. But piggybacking on the vetting of the companies, I'm going to jump ahead of some of my questions, but where are the protocols for vetting the platform employees that are coming into the buildings and, pumping up or telling or instructing our athletes or, activities members how to move forward with that fundraiser? We have individuals that are coming into the schools after school. Are they being vetted, and are we ensuring that these people are allowed to be in the buildings and around children? Just because they're coming in after 2:30 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon doesn't mean that they don't have to meet the same standards that I would have to meet, through Raptor or whatever. Like, there just needs to be that layer of safety and security to ensure that whoever they're flying in to rah-rah the team into, going out there and fundraising, that these people should be around our students. And piggybacking on that more, making sure that we are adhering to IEPs and 504s in, for district-sponsored extracurricular activities. So I want to make sure that I'm protecting our special needs students, that I'm protecting all of our students, their safety, and making sure that we're vetting these people that are coming in. And I also want to bring up another point, and is there a way we can start giving out receipts and accounting for any cash that is submitted from any athletes or activity member when they're bringing this in? I mean, I'm going to go from like football. Football will purchase, let's say, 5,000 discount cards. And they give them to all the football players, they run around, they're bringing in cash on these checkpoints. And there is no tracking of the money. They're bringing in cash, no tracking of the money that they're bringing in. And then at the end of the fundraiser, there's no check and balance that, okay, we started with 5,000 discount cards. We have money for 4,700 sold cards, and here's the 300 cards that were not sold. I'm speaking from experience with this board, having had 2 children that went through it. At the end, they're given cards, and they're like, here, go sell these, and you can pocket the money. And thinking back on it, the district paid for those cards. And my children went off and sold extra cards, and they kept that money, but they didn't reimburse the district for the cost of that card that the district spent. So I would definitely like to see some accounting for the cash that our students are submitting to anybody, the coaches or whatever it may be, and that we are really reconciling what is coming in versus what we purchased and did not sell.
Well, the receipts and all of that, I'm going to turn over here for processes from finance, because there may be some of that already in place. I don't know if that's at the individual level, but I know for the coaching, but I do want to address the question or the concern that you brought up real quick about if people are coming in from the outside, whether they're coming in from the company or they are from the community after school hours. We've got the Raptor process doesn't shut off. We've got campus security supervisors that man until what time, Dr. There, we have one there until,
I'd have to look into.
but it's also in the evening, right, so that after school, so they should be going through that. The other is, if they are coming in, they should be in the presence of an employee or coach at all times. So please know that, those are things, as, Mr. Altmeyer, I believe you were talking through that piece about, what message are they sending, is that this is required, all of that. That should all be conversation that athletics, is having with their coaches, and the coaches are having with, those individuals who are coming in, so that if that were coming, out, it may need to be this coach stepping in saying, this is not mandatory, this is, you know, those pieces. And you've really, really talked about that with that committee, correct?
Correct. Yeah, and I would add to that, that we have talked in the past, and we have cash handling procedures at the building level for which we make our athletic directors very aware of, that if there are situations, and there's always situations where cash is coming in, we have teachers collecting cash, and not as much as it used to be, but we have hundreds of activity accounts that are doing fundraisers for which we have to place reliance on those activity owners as well as the activity directors in the building. And so we do have cash handling procedures whereby we talk about understanding. We need a reconciliation when there's things such as cards that we're selling that are going out there. It's a little disturbing to hear some of the comments that you made, because those things should not be happening. And the strength of any internal control procedure is only as good as how many people we can hire to oversee that as well, right? When you have 200 activities and clubs and athletic programs, and they're all doing fundraisers, it becomes almost impossible. But that being said, we do have written documentation for which we do share with our coaches, that we do share with the activity owners, that we share with all of our staff, especially at the building level, that when there's cash involved, we just have to make sure it happens, right?
That's the key. All of this, the verbiage, like I said, our previous policy was really strong. We've added to it, but it is only then as strong as we get buy-in from coaches, athletic directors, play directors, whatever activity or athletic it might be. We have to have buy-in from that to ensure, because this is for our students.
Buy-in and accountability.
Yeah.
Right? And how do we hold?
Yeah, and you bring up a really good point. We will add cash handling procedures to make sure that those discussions also take place with the coaches and activity directors, so that is also being communicated and expectations are set forth, so that when those dollars do come in, for instance, to the athletic office for deposit, that those reconciliations are in hand, and as part of the backup behind that deposit. So that will be we will add that to other key points and directives here as well.
That would be great. And then my last one would be, and I know this isn't going to happen immediately, but can we continue to explore options for us to handle direct cash donations instead of even giving any of that percentage? If, little Johnny is saying, hey, can you donate $40 to my lacrosse team? Is there a way that team can then capture that full $40 as opposed to giving some?
I believe some of our teams do that. When I look at some of the, I don't want to speak out of turn, but I think wrestling, we get a number of checks on a regular basis. I don't know if that's part of their fundraising or if that's just individuals in the community who are donating directly to that. But I do know we do during that season see a lot of individual checks coming in, and the entire percentage is going back to them.
Yeah, that's what they asked to sponsor a weight class. That's what it is, to sponsor that. And then wrestling has a lot of their fundraising coming in by spending time in the concession stand and earning hours and payment through boosters. So they take advantage of that, and they push that pretty hard. But it would just be nice for our students to just capture as much as they can in that activity. All right, I am done. Thank you very much.
One thing that has bothered me is the expectations that the coaches put on the players who raised some threshold of money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I think that's unfair. I don't know how you get around that, though.
that was talked about strongly with that committee. And so again, it's resharing that message, because there are many of our students, it's hard to, how do you go to the same people over and over and over, and if they have this threshold, does that mean I'm not going to play, or what does that mean? And so that's something we're working with our athletic teams administrators at all three levels.
Thank you. Any other questions? Anybody?
So this is not a policy, this is an administrative procedure being shared with the board. Correct. For information purposes only. Okay. I'm gonna double check. Thank you.
I have a question for Ms. Altmeyer. So we had a student come tonight to make a brave public comment about clubs and activities at the high school. As we plan and budget for the upcoming school year, can you speak to how are funds associated at the high school for clubs and activities? And has there been cuts in those programs?
No, generally, that we don't, right? With clubs and activities, a lot of times they're self-funded, right? Depending upon exactly what it is. Most all of them are self-funded. In fact, we have probably more clubs and activities, and you will hear even our union president say this, than almost any other school district around us, by far. We've got a lot of opportunities for kids, and we've got a lot of coaches that are receiving stipends as a result. So no, we haven't cut back on anything, so I'm not really sure.
Yes, I can add a little bit. So RAD, and I don't remember what year this was, Mr. Altmeyer.
Specifically,
but we
yeah.
used to have, we had access to the community partnership grant through the state of Illinois. It was a very, we had a lot of dollars from there. And so through that grant, we were able to fund, and it was written in to fund some events for the community to be able to support diversity, different experiences, et cetera. The state did not, it was actually, that might have been a federal grant, now it's federal, state, one of these, but they were funded. They did not continue it. And so the funding for that, we were not able to support from the district level because that is it was a high school supported club at the time. We were able to do it for about 3 years, but 2 years ago, that's when the funding quit. It was a multi-year grant that we had. And so at that point, it did roll into a club and activity over at the high school. And so then from there, it did have to follow the same rules as any other club or activity at the time to be able to have events, et cetera. And like the students were saying, it's difficult when you had a huge chunk of funds to be able to put on events where you could bring in vendors and dancers and things like that. Now we don't, we didn't have that within our local budget to support that. And that wasn't the intent of it. That grant was intended to support the community involvement, and that grant just didn't continue anymore. And so that's what they were speaking to with the RAD piece to it. And so it did shift it to a high school club to fall in line with any other high school club or activity and following the same processes. But when it first got started, it did have lots of funding because of that grant.
So was that communicated to the student body?
Mm-hmm.
The
It was.
grant?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And the staff that were overseeing it.
Okay.
In fact, I'm sorry to interrupt you, I remember that the high school press did an article on exactly about that funding. Remember the story?
And the voice.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Because I wonder if then, is there, we could re-up the communication on that,
Yeah.
Given the comment that, and I don't know if this was brought up in the voice as well, is this central advocacy opportunity for students who could appeal to the legislature and say, look, we were getting this grant and we thought there was a benefit. Not to say anything's going to come from it, but at least giving them that opportunity to share their voice and advocate for something that they feel strongly about.
Yeah, it's a great idea. I know Dr. Beelan was working with students at the high school who were, we have a group of kids who really were passionate and excited about RAD. We were supportive of the idea too. We just had to put it within parameters that we could support, fiscally, and also just to fall within other clubs and activities. So that's a great idea. We'll make sure we're going to ask Dr. Beelan if he's, or Ms. Buckowitz, if she can use navigating that next year. Thank you.
Yeah, and I just wonder if there's any opportunity to find support for that program. I know it's falling under, I understand what you're saying, that it's falling under the umbrella of clubs and activities at the high school, but when that was running, that was very much a pride point of the district. And I don't know how we can support those students that are obviously passionate in bringing that back. Like, what might they need to get that running again? All right, I'm done.
All right, keep going. You got the HR committee, please.
Indeed, I do. Dr.
There's
Zero.
nothing to add to this committee, Mr. Ruth. My items fell in other committees tonight.
Very good, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ruth. Special Ed Committee, Dr. Gill.
I'll be brief and just highlight that this past weekend I had the opportunity to join our Special Olympics Huntley Hurricanes team for the State Summer Olympics, Special Olympics Summer Games, rather. And it was just such a joy to join these athletes and their families in, prepared in the memo, our students who have received, there were gold medals flying off the shelf for our students, silver. The pride in our parents and in our students is just amazing. And our coaches have just done such a phenomenal job. So I just wanted to share that with you. In the memo, you can see, we'll bring our students in for student recognition at some point. But I did want to just share with you that they did so great. And I know all of you would be so proud. It was an awesome weekend.
Will they be coming to a board meeting?
Yeah, I'll have them come through as the student recognition.
Any questions for Dr. Gill? Great to see. It looks like 6 gold medals, if I'm counting this correctly, for track and field.
Yes, 6 gold. We've got silver, bronze, and a 7th place. So, and they were all over. I mean, we were tracking kids everywhere. It was just amazing, and it reminds me of why we do what we do. So, anyway.
All right, thank you, Dr. Gill.
You're welcome.
Community Relations, Mrs. Murray, so it looks like Mrs. Myrio or Mr. Feckley?
You want to pick it? I have something to share, but you can go ahead and.
Go ahead.
Okay, so we have, start with Community Relations, 14.1, Ms. Barr.
Thank you, yes. I submitted the monthly communications dashboard for everybody just for your review, analytics about our newsletters and our social media and our silver passes and all sorts of things. And just wondered if anybody had any questions on that report I could answer. And if not, then I could also mention that the monthly FOIA report was submitted. We had a total of 5 FOIAs this month that we fulfilled. Most of those, but not all, are on the website in the public folder. The one that isn't because there's personally identifiable information about the student, so we don't include those. Any questions on the FOIAs?
Can you remind me of the process for how the district responds to an anonymous FOIA?
Yes, so we do respond to anonymous FOIAs. You don't have to be, you don't have to have a name associated with your FOIA request. So we treat those like we would any other request. What we might not treat the same is if we suspect that it actually isn't a real person, which is different than being anonymous. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And so that's a little bit different. And in that case, we can ask questions to try to verify that in fact it's a human that's submitting that FOIA request and it's not some bot somewhere. So that's a new law. I haven't actually had that happen yet, but we do watch for that stuff now because the nature of FOIAs has changed over time.
And if that were to occur, would those questions go through email, or, I mean, I guess you wouldn't have another way to reach them?
Right, yes, email.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, unless there's a phone number, but there's often not a phone number, especially with one like that.
Yep.
No one on the other end, perhaps. But so far, I haven't run across it, so
All right, thank you.
you're welcome. Any other questions?
Well, go ahead. No, it's not because I have a bunch of stuff, so go ahead.
Well, you just made me think of it, when you brought up the bot, is there a way to report bots? Like some sort of state system where you can say, hey, flag this bot, so it doesn't just keep going out there?
It's a great question. I don't know. What we've been told that we can do is to try to verify that it is in fact a human, and if we don't receive a response back within 5 days, we don't have to fulfill the request. But in terms of that specifically, I'm not sure.
I'm just thinking like the do not call list, you can
Right.
flag, like don't like put us in the do not call, so to speak, but
Right.
yeah,
And
maybe
some of
not.
this might be
It's just more of
different, too.
curiosity, yeah.
Just because we want to be as transparent as we can, and I'm not sure.
Yeah.
It's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. But I can find out if you'd like me to.
It is more of a curiosity question. I mean, if we're not having an issue, just was curious if there's some sort of
Yeah,
state
way
system
to-
that's tracking
Yeah,
bots.
I mean, I wonder if there isn't, and
Yeah.
if this becomes a bigger issue, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody did need to come up with something like that.
Yeah, then again, it could be infinite too, so,
Yeah.
with AI.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
And Ms. Irene, did you have something?
I did, but it was, more, just having a little, shout out to, today I attended, the Regional Office of Education's, Summer Educator Conference, and it was really great to see, some of our educators there. And we had even some building principals and assistant principals presenting. So, I mean, it was a great day of learning. It was like a mini version of Triple I, where there were just so many breakout sessions that trying to choose which one to go to. But you know me, I'm always gravitating towards the mental health and the school safety, and where I should probably focus more on AI because that is new and I should probably get a little bit more familiar with it. But one session that I went to was about the impact of stress and the importance of knowing CPR. And the presenter had talked about how she really went into cardiac arrest at like 27 or 28 years old, in the middle of her workday, and just the importance of CPR. There is something called, she emailed me about it, and I was up for helping schools to become a part of Project Adam, which is a heart safe school designation, and that we actually, this may be coming into law soon, so to know some of these drills. So I will be forwarding some of that information on that, and also on Andrews Assist, which is, I guess, another free program that will evaluate students, even athletes, to see if there are any underlying or unknown cardiac issues. And that's,
We've been in contact, we're having conversations, with what that would look like and when might that be available and would that be something our community would be, so we've had some conversation on that one.
yeah, and especially with, you know, what just recently happened, you know, at the track event, and it just brought awareness to how, you know, minutes count. And the more people that understand and know how to perform CPR and are ready to act, is just important. Also attended something on Rachel's Challenge. Rachel Scott was one of the victims in Columbine and her legacy. And it was just her message about, there was something from her essay that I wanted to share, and it said, I have this theory that if one person can go out of their way to show compassion, then it will start a chain reaction of the same. People will never know how far a little kindness can go. And so that was the end of my day, and I thought it was great, and it was awesome to see our staff there. And I wanted to thank everybody who participated in that. And that was it for that. Moving on to Buildings and Grounds, Mr. Troy.
Yep, building and grounds. Mr. Lindquist is not here. Are you pinch hitting for him today? Mr. Altmeyer.
I am pitch hitting. Really nothing to note other than maybe GSF summer cleaning is going strong. McCabe and LeGee and Conley have all been cleaned. Marlowe and Martin it started this week. District office started this week as well. So we had a lot of air blowers in the building the last few days, cleaning our carpets and whatnot. But everything's going really well. I do want to point out that CT Beach will be installing. This has been something that has been on our kind of our project list for the last several years. It's really an operational efficiency because if you drive up and down Academic Drive, Dr. John Turkey Drive, in the middle of winter, there is a lot of drifting snow, especially right out in front of the McCabe, constantly. And we are constantly plowing it, constantly putting down more salt, spending a lot of time and money on that section. And so what we have decided and wanted to do was installing grass along that drive between McCabe and the water treatment plant to really help with the snow removal and via the installation of a natural snow fence. So if you've been at the district a long time and you've been in and out of the high school, right, that's what we have put along the right side of that incoming, that very first drive there. And we're planning on using the same type of grass that really took off. So that helps significantly. I think it'll help more than the snow fences that we're using up and down North Academic Drive. They usually blow over by the middle of winter. But so that is something that is also taking place that we have budgeted for the last several years, actually, this summer. So other than that, nothing else to add on the Lindquist update.
Yeah, you stole his thunder on the rebate for the.
Yeah, I was going to give that to him too.
Yeah.
And but he wasn't there to really sell himself. So
all good.
Yeah.
I don't have any questions on anything else from BG. Anybody else?
I'm just curious, aren't there such things as green grants? Couldn't you put like a raw arborvitae in there or something?
There could be. Over the years, we've looked at a lot of different green grants and things that have been available, and we haven't seen anything specifically come through. It's something I certainly can bring up with Mr. Lindquist and I, and we could do a little more research, but the cost of this project isn't really that much money. But we're always looking for additional ways to become a little more sustainable and save a little more money. Right? I always say we have taken our energy cost from $2.4 million to $700,000 a year, and we didn't do that to become green. We did that to save a lot of money.
Save a lot of money.
Right? And so if it's something that can save us a little money, we'll be looking at it.
All right. Any other questions for B&G? All right. Legislation policy. Kick back. Marina.
Yes, thank you, back to me. So, got some student handbook updates, Dr. Zier?
Yeah, we got some student handbook updates for the 26-27 school year. So this comes to the Parent Teacher Advisory Committee and also some feedback from the superintendent student committee that met throughout the year. So there's beginning of the memo. We show everything where we held those meetings. And obviously we do some routine updates, changing names and dates and things of that nature, just maintenance that takes place. So the summary of the handbook changes here are as follows. So we'll highlight the ones here, and if you have any questions, then we can talk about that a little bit. But the first item here for general information, feedback that Ms. Lombard and I got through the Vision and Voice sessions to add something in at the beginning of each handbook. So this was grown out of that. Lombard, if you want to say anything more with that?
No, there's just some things over the years that there in the school student conduct section. It talked about in the past it had kind of rights and responsibilities of students and staff. This is a student handbook, so kind of that section has kind of shifted there. I'm wanting to make sure our staff do understand that a lot of these things are put in place to ensure their safety, their welcoming environment, as well as provide them with the opportunity to do their best in an environment that will support that. And so while it was unintended and it's kind of read in there, we definitely understood where, you know, they would like to see some of that written out there explicitly and put that in there that all of our stakeholders, staff included, are entitled to those, same, rights in the school setting. So not only is it learning, but it's also teaching and, all of our other staff as well. So we put that in there, and, staff were very, very appreciative of that.
As we move on to the next item, this is release time for voting. So those who are able to vote can get up to 2 hours in local, state, federal elections. They just have to work with their administrator to do so. This next item here for the high school handbook actually came through the superintendent committee with the students when they were addressing unexcused absences and being tardy. The discipline wasn't quite lining up. So the high school provided a new update to that to make the discipline make a little bit more sense.
Yeah, feedback we received, I don't know if maybe it's something you've heard or, you know, from some of your classmates, students were saying that being tardy had more of a harsh consequence than skipping altogether. And so many of the students were saying, well, if we're going to be late, we might as well just not go to class because it was less of a consequence. And so taking that feedback, hearing that, presenting that back to the administration, they had worked with some of the principal advisory and their staff there and are proposing some updates. Was that anything that you had heard that, you know, was, I mean, guess you're not turning to class or skipping, but that was that feedback that you had heard, you know, on a larger scale?
No, not necessarily, no. But I do know that, or at least it's felt like there has been a little bit of an increase in students avoiding class altogether rather than just showing up late. In the classes that I was in last year, we didn't really have many tardies. But just from what I've heard from other students, I've definitely heard about an increase of students skipping class because there's not as great of a punishment as there is for a tardy.
So hoping that we'll track this, we'll see if this is working, or may have a revision again next year. But definitely did hear that from our students, and so appreciative that they are sharing those feelings openly and honestly.
Under behavior and discipline here, as we continue to move down to elementary, the ongoing updates, personal electronic devices, there's just some strikes there, some language updates down the bottom, any item that may be considered disruption to the learning environment, mental safety concerns prohibited, and we move the not responsible for loss, damage, or stolen items down to that. Middle school, same thing, changes there for personal electronic devices. And then also the high school had, they've added in smart classes to become something, and, you know, the primary thing is they're not wanting students to be wearing those during assessment. So that's kind of out of soft guard when they brought that to us, that the smart classes are becoming over there. So, yeah, we may have to add that as a level essential to
those cell phones, the ban went to the governor's desk, if I recall, but it's still parked there. I haven't heard that
it's a go for 27, 28, I believe. So.
It's a go 27, 28, and we are actually in line with that, where we just have to make sure we're enforcing it.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I would assume press will put something out and we'll line up if we're missing.
Okay, it hasn't come out yet. It's the waiting game now. Okay, thank you for that.
Middle and high school here, same thing, with that disruption to the learning environment, any items that may be a disruption. We, obviously, any different things that could fall into that as the list becomes, ever-changing as the year goes on. Here, middle school, student appearance, clothing, and hygiene, there's a strike there. So you got some students locked, they're not carried around or worn during school hours. That's not what I mean, sure why they did that one.
That would come out in that, meeting downstairs when we had all the administration.
Yeah. The outerwear jackets must be kept in the student's locker and not carried around or worn during school hours. Instructed.
I think it's,
The middle school,
Even more so, maybe.
Right.
yeah.
Really not wearing the big puffy jackets either, but, obviously that is something if they were, I don't think we're talking lightweight jackets in spring, it's probably the larger parkas and all of that, and if they were, I mean, we will make sure that, that's reviewed, if it's not an intention to make sure that there are more and more consequences for that, so
Right.
we can work with that.
Middle school delivery of food here, pretty much if you're a middle school, DoorDash is now off limits. So they're having issues with food, being delivered, so they wanted to add some language in there, reflect within the high schools. Some updates down there to, the graduation requirement language. If you can field any questions, has to do with the financial aid application and the FAFSA being available. We put our information in there on who to contact. The legal update to the notification of non-discrimination. Safety and security, just added some updated language about walking or riding bicycles to and from school. And obviously, we still have the e-bikes, motorized bicycles, motorized scooters, are prohibited, but, just did some updated language there. As we know, we do bus everyone, but if you've been outside, either one of the middle schools, you will see the bike racks are filled, in the spring and in the fall. While we encourage kids, to use bus service, obviously, we know that's not going to happen, so we want to make language in here, make sure they're following all the traffic laws and, using the designated crossings. We don't have kids coming across and putting themselves in danger, so we want to make sure we have that. Updated language to, high school dances. They switched that age, allowed guests, under the age of 20, must be under the age of 20. Then they did strike all HHS alumni interested in attending a dance must be a registered guest with a valid ID. That was some pretty broad language there. Mr. Ruth,
Mr. Ruth, you can't go anymore.
We can still get you in if you want to go to homecoming. So,
Thank you.
but, I don't know if there was abuse of that or not, just some old language that was, lingering in that for the dances. Off-campus privileges is some updated to the freshman and sophomore language in terms of receiving discipline consequences. This is the student demonstration and protest during the school day, language, that worked through, ACCOM primarily, is where a lot of that information, and also the board here.
It's also started with the high school's, principal advisory. They took a lot of that feedback and directed, that language at the high school level and sent it on over to PTAC.
Can I comment on that one?
Mm-hmm.
No, I just appreciate the fact that this is showing how the process does work when we're bringing this to the parent-teacher advisory committee, to the high school students. And I don't know if there's a way to provide that feedback loop of like, look, we closed the loop, and because of your feedback, look what we created, an update to the handbook based on that feedback. Yeah.
And tie it back to the KPI that we were talking about, the 54% earlier.
Yeah.
This is my first read of this, old and new. So I've got a half dozen goofy questions if I could indulge on you.
Sure.
The one that if I read correctly, parent notification of anything. The parents will be notified of anything except if the student requires or requests counseling. That's the only exception.
Depends on the counseling. There's very specific things that, are in there per, state law. So it's not all counseling where they would not be notified. There's, specific topics, and that's in that policy, 7:1 5001. 250, there you go. I know it's 7, but, 250. So, there is a limited, number of things that the parent would not, need to be. They do talk with the student, prior to that.
Okay, my concern was some of these physical changes that kids may want to know or do without parent involvement. We can tell parents.
That for the law.
Wow. Okay, smartwatches you don't want, how realistically, how easy is that to do? I mean, everybody, that when you go around police.
Yeah, I think it's more so if it becomes a distraction or something like that, but you're totally right. I gave the example, my kiddo has a watch that looks like a smartwatch and it's not smart at all. And it's not receiving text or anything like that. It counts her steps at the end of the day. So we did discuss that down there where that could become difficult.
Well, and that's why we changed that language so that if it's being utilized in a distracting way.
Right, okay.
Otherwise, it's really hard to police that, yeah.
That's fine. Middle school, it talks about college visitation before May 1st. It just struck me as odd. That's on page 21 of the middle school handout.
Go on to your next one while I look that one up.
Okay, teen dating. You have 13 and 19. And obviously that's teenagers. I'm just curious, 18 is considered legal, and I question if 13 is young enough. I could argue that should be 10 to 18 or something. I don't have a strong argument, I'm just pointing that out. I don't know. And I didn't know how we came by those numbers.
The law.
Yeah, those.
Yeah,
That's
those
law.
are, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Talk about truancy and how do we handle homeschool, and how do they get degrees or don't they get degrees? What educate me a little bit on homeschooling.
So with homeschool, they're not even required to notify us if they are being homeschooled, or even the ROE. I know that there's been different, legislation that's been out there of potentially making those changes. So, we don't often know the majority of our families that are homeschooled. We do from time to time where somebody will reach out to us, and ask about, if there is certain curriculum that we might recommend or something like that. But in terms of, getting there are different programs where they're able to, obtain, degrees, and diplomas, from there, but that's not anything that would be under the jurisdiction of the local school district, because again, right now at this time, they don't even have to notify us if they're homeschooling.
I was just curious if they're homeschooling, they're truants, and we're not reporting them. I'm being goofy here, but I'm just curious.
Yeah, but I probably only know of a handful of kids that are homeschooled, and some of that is because they are coming to us for, parents will say, I can't do the lab class, can they, and they're able to, take that course at the school, district, they can't bump somebody else. But with those, we know that they are actually doing a curriculum with their students. Amy, did you want to add anything? Dr. McCardle, sorry.
That's right. We have a handful of students who are homeschooled who do come participate in like art, music, some of the extracurricular. So those students, they do, complete a registration fee, they pay to be a student, and they're in our system, and we adjust their day for the hours that they're present in, count attendance for those students. But if they're not in our system and registered and enrolled with us, we're not responsible for tracking any type of attendance or anything. So it would only be if they happen to want to take some classes with us.
So the last goofy thing I'd like to point out, you only have 2 years left to, you keep records for 60 years. You only got 2 years left to check my records out.
They're locked up, don't you worry.
We have a party.
We have the Raiders of the Lost Ark.
On that note, I believe we left off special education there, prioritization of urgency of need for services funds. So there's the information there that's being put in as by law. individual counseling.
And that one was, earlier this school year, the policy was updated. And as part of that policy, we do have to have that statement in the handbook. So that links that into, the handbook. And again, that policy was per law and updated. But we brought it to, it was sometime this school year. September? Could be.
The next area there, students who are expected parents or victims of domestic or sexual violence, that is added by law there. There's some new language there on athletic clearance and concussion screening. And then a notification of CPR and AED video.
Mr. Rose, what was that page number of the one I was checking out?
Page 21.
In July, there might be some minor changes added to this. We met with our school attorneys the other day and went over our appeal process. And we need to make just a little bit of a tweak because of the personnel of the high school and the process we want to follow. So just wanted to note that we had that meeting Tuesday, so we didn't have time to get that updated in this memo. So we'll have it updated for July.
I have a quick question for all of you. I want to go back to, under student services, elementary, page 12, middle school, 62, and high school, 71. Students who are parents, expectant parents, and victims of domestic and sexual violence. And so everything in blue is new, correct? We're adding, but this has been law for a couple of years, hasn't it? This, have we had this, has this lived somewhere else?
There were parts of that, that the law changed and needed to be updated, and now it also needs to be embedded in various areas. So, I think there were some things with attendance that changed with how we needed to, we were already doing that, but we would need to make sure that, we had embedded in there.
Okay, because I mean, I remember kind of reading through that probably 2 years ago, like over the summer, I was 178 pages of it, like reading through it, and I was like, please tell me that we're.
Yes, it's making sure it is now embedded. There's many different places it needs to be, to live now.
Thank you.
Yes.
I was like,
On the college visit, I don't have an answer to that. I'm not sure why it's May 1st. I could only assume that most of our colleges and universities are probably in finals around that first week or two. But that's something we'll definitely look into, because a college visit is a college visit. So I will have to look into that.
Really important. Sorry.
Well, but it's not illegal anything, and so why is it in our middle school as that date? So we did look into that. Right, but it's, I think what Mr. Ruth is saying, it's an arbitrary date. Why did we pick that date? Because we could look at another date as a college visit, So it's something we will have an internal conversation around.
All right, forging ahead here, is there anything else regarding questions for the handbooks for the upcoming year? This is going for approval next month, so this is to get this stuff out. All right, not hearing anything, I move into item 17 for the President's report. A couple different things here. I wanted to update you. As you probably know, I am the lead officer for the Mishwaukee region of the Association of School Boards. We had our executive meeting start setting dates for the upcoming school year. We will be meeting, we're having a fall meeting October 22nd in DeKalb. And also, cool news, Huntley has been volunteered to host in February 25th of 2027. So we'll be working on that with Superintendent Lombard to have our ducks in a row and host the School Board Association for the entire Kishwaukee Division. Topics have been narrowed down. We've got 3 or 4 lined up, but topics are dependent on the speakers. So as we identify and finalize schedules with speakers, that's when those subjects will be announced. I'm very hopeful, but I'm not going to do the spoilers on what I'm hoping for February. You're welcome to ask me offline, but we'll see. Also, the National School Board Conference is coming up in September of this year. It is Monday the 21st through Wednesday the 23rd. If anybody is interested in attending that, I brought the flyer here because last Saturday I attended the School Board Association's President's Retreat for the entire Saturday on trying to become a better president, Robert's Rules of Order, parliamentary procedure, and a whole bunch of other things. So I had a wonderful experience, got to meet several different school board members from other districts throughout the state. There were over 90 different presidents and vice presidents in attendance. I just had a wonderful experience. Something else about board discussion. We tossed around several months ago about the finances of the school district and doing a presentation or community interaction meetings. Essentially what I've actually just known as a finance roadshow, where we host something and provide information to our public so that they understand our situation with regard to finances, like what was presented earlier today by one of our public commenters. I think that would be intensely valuable for people in being able to ask some of those questions and getting some basic knowledge on school finances. It is not what people expect. I think that knowledge and that conversation with our public would be invaluable. I don't have anything else other than that. So if there's anything for board discussion, now's a good time to bring that up.
I have a couple of things. Kind of piggybacking on what you just said, Mr. Troy. Did you ever have your framework, the meeting of the board presidents subsequent to our finance workshop? Did anything ever come?
No, there wasn't. There were some conversations held from Superintendent Lombard to superintendents, and the conversations that came out of that, I was led to believe really wasn't going to be constructive as a whole. So it was not something that we could have any kind of traction with, fortunately. That's the impression that I've been given. So I don't know where that's going to lead. I can still do that kind of conversation, but at a community level, that was kind of the straw poll feedback that I was hearing.
Yeah, that question just came to my head when you said having some sort of a, school community finance presentation. I was like, oh, did anything come of that offer to host presidents kind of conversations, meeting to get, the pulse on how other districts were feeling about different opportunities for generating revenue for the districts. And is that
I think part of that conversation is something that we can present to our public as well, in being able to understand, because some of that information gets a bad rap when people don't understand it. This was a conversation that I had with the board president in Barrington just recently, because they've been doing some of these discussions at their county level as well, and it just plain didn't go well at all. Some of the conversations that they had to get there wasn't positive. Is that the basis for not meeting with other presidents or reaching out to McHenry County people? No, it wasn't. But to me, that's one of the values of being in these types of the president stuff that I got to. During breaks, I was reaching out to different board presidents and just asking them, hey, if you guys had any experience with this, how have you guys approached this? The 5-minute, 3-minute conversation. Yeah, it's not McHenry County, but everybody has been exposed to this, I believe, with some counties doing things to pass and other ones rejecting that out of hand.
Right.
I think that having this kind of financial roadshow conversation can loop this information in to provide that to our public and say, this is an option on the table. We may not be putting it out there. However, we want to share what is available nonetheless as one of the toolboxes or tools in our toolbox to deal with. Because it's not about just what we do, it's about what we have at our disposal as a possibility.
Yeah.
And I think that that
I
is
think
valuable.
it is absolutely crucial that we have that, because there is talk, I've received questions, inquiries, hey, I saw this, is the district doing this, that, and I don't have answers. And then we've got some time between our board meetings, which doesn't help the situation. We're going 5 weeks or whatever without a meeting. So, that elephant in the room is that question about, the ballot. So I think that's, and the referendum, and putting that out there and either putting an end to rumors or just letting stories spiral, I really think it is so important that we have that conversation.
Sure, and
sooner rather than later.
And one of the things that has added some fuel to this fire conversation, because we had a workshop that was a public meeting that nobody showed up to, right? We had people from our level, we had people from administration, we might have had 1 or 2 parents that came. So now all of a sudden, there's this perception that this was held in secret, but really when it's publicly announced and nobody shows, it's, okay, now what? So that's why I think there's value in having this, again, what I affectionately call the finance roadshow. We can have it at the high school, we can have it at McHaven, we can have it at Marlow, what have you, whatever it is, but to engage our public not just once, but to do it multiple times and get that out there so that people can't say, well, I couldn't show to this one meeting and you guys only had one meeting. I think there's value in giving people the flexibility to come when they can. One of the other things that Saturday president's workshop, one board president said, when you deal with sales tax issue at a county level, think of this as a county-wide multi-school district referendum. If it's complex enough to run a referendum in your own district and work the messaging to your local community, put that on steroids. Now go from an entire county and have buy-in from a massive amount of school districts with a massive, that deal with a large chunk percentage of students in that county. It is not just the whole school district, it is the partials too. District 300, they have a sliver in McHenry County. Their voice would be part of that conversation as well. Despite, we're in almost everything, or not every, almost all of McHenry County wide from our district, with a portion in King County. So now King County, if they choose to have that conversation, has to include us, provide that support or non-support in moving forward with something like that. So this is not something that's hidden, but at the same time, it's not exactly well known either. And I think it's on our shoulders to be out there saying, we're not triggering this, we just want to make sure that people are aware of it. And there's no harm, I don't believe there's any harm in that awareness, in any messaging, financial or otherwise.
And when that message comes up in an official capacity, not through a Facebook or through a, group of people talking with, one board member, but when it's unified and it is this conversation that is more official, it sets the record straight and alleviates a lot of this.
Yes.
This spiraling.
And it could be one district that says, we really need this, we really want this. because this is a referendum on steroids. I think that's an accurate description. You still have to get buy-in from other school districts to say, yes, we're on board with it, instead of just sitting silently and saying, yeah, you know what, we'll be quiet, but we'll enjoy the benefit when it comes. Because we all have to pull together in that direction. And if it comes to fruition like it has in multiple counties, that's one thing. If it doesn't come to fruition, like it has in other counties that have rejected such a countywide referendum on adding a sales tax, fine, that's that community voice. It is what it is. We just have to include it in our toolbox to say, yes, this is out there. However, here's the magnitude of pull by everybody in there. Sorry, I went off on my soapbox, I'm sorry.
I think it's great. Go ahead.
So Mr. Altmaier and I can work towards putting together a presentation for the roadshow, kind of a component. It would be more similar, if you will, to what we did, you know, just on a larger scale, to the finance workshop. Because to answer the question of, here are the handful of different revenue options, we're going to need that direction from all of us here, right? So we wouldn't be able to answer that at this time. Or the other is, are we thinking about that as being multiple finance workshops? Because if there are multiple of you at that is a board meeting.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to make sure how we've done some of the things in the past, like when we've done boundaries and we've done presentations, and they've just been that. I just want to make sure how we are setting those up and posting all of that as we put our presentation together. Should we be doing multiple finance workshops, board workshops?
Or could we have one dedicated, you know, like a special meeting that is a board meeting, it's in here, and it is open, but we're addressing everything and we're presenting kind of just to knock it out in one.
I don't know if it will be big enough. I think that this is a topic that, if also done right, we should have a number of our community members, from a variety of our, different areas and stakeholder groups, that would be, you know, wanting to be in attendance.
But if we had an open board meeting, does it have to be in this room? Could we, let's say we were, at the high school, at the PAC, and then, and we're kind of up on stage, and having that board meeting allows more room for people to attend. We could have a board meeting at another location, and it's our official board, rather than having these different, I don't know.
It doesn't have to be in this location, but we still have to abide by the rules of a board meeting. Right. And to me, the bigger component, not just having the board members present, but it's the finance committee itself. As having a quorum of the finance team there discussing finance, yeah, that's an OMA thing. That's an OMA thing.
I think we'll also want to be very transparent. I think it is important to, personally offer a few different options for, people at different, maybe it's different times of the day, or, definitely the different locations, over time. We need to be transparent that as we are doing that, we do encourage people to come in, because we will not be able to live stream those and record those outside of this room if we had them in the various locations. So I think that's just something we want to make sure we're transparent with people, that it's not trying to not offer that or to have that as a secret meeting. We just want to make sure that that's known out there in those locations, that would not be able to be videoed.
Well, I guess that's me, my question is, even if it's not live streamed, what's preventing us from recording it and posting it so it's open to the community after the meeting? So if someone's not able to make these sessions, they can still watch it via our YouTube channel. It may not be a live stream feed, but a semi-well recorded with audio, video that can be posted to our YouTube channel. Is that,
to me, as long as we have a camera person or the kids at the high school are taking something similar that would love to do a production like this.
even an iPhone, I mean, but,
Yeah, but.
I think of our when we were campaigning our forum, at the HEA HESPA forum. That was recorded.
I strongly support that we do this, but do it multiple times, and however you have to do it legality-wise. As a matter of disclosure, I want to tell you that I've been approached to be a trustee of the Nutley Fire District, and upon legal advice, we found that it could be construed as a conflict of interest. So I did not take it. However, they've asked me to be on a committee of their financial committee, and I think that's not a conflict. But I do want to report that. Again.
So I was going to turn not that you need to do anything now, but Mr. Altmeyer, that would be something you'd work with our tech department on for the recording and all of that, so.
Yeah, and I think the folks at the high school performing arts center have that capability, so I don't think that's going to be that challenging if we're at the high school. That'd be great, thank you.
Want to double check everything, we had some promotion issues.
But those are logistics from the 30,000 foot level. I think there's a consensus. It sounds like there's a consensus of doing this. So move that forward and start putting the pieces.
What is the deadline if we were to go to, if we were to put something on the ballot? What's the deadline on that? And we'd want to have those meetings done beforehand, or are we not?
Which ballot are we talking about? Because there is a couple different options.
So for November.
Sorry, there's the facility sales tax, there's the bonds, there's the referendum, so there's different components of that.
So which,
Correct.
so to put it on the November ballot, what would be the?
If we're talking about the county facility sales.
Okay, let's start with that, okay.
That was one of the funding options. We would need 25, is it 25%, 50%?
50%.
50% of the students, 51% of the districts with students in the county to all agree on the exact same resolution with the same ballot question and have each one of our Board of Education sign the resolution. We would have to have that all processed, I believe, by July. So based on the conversation that Ms. Lombard had with all of the with the superintendent's group, as well as understanding the likelihood and the involvement of the districts that are willing to move forward with this, we would not carry the vote. We don't have enough school districts, we feel, at this point, to try to get the county facility sales tax on the ballot question by November.
Okay.
Yeah. There may be enough districts to get to that 51%, but when you're trying to get the majority of the vote in McHenry County, and you've got a lot of silent districts, you're going to have a lot of parents of those districts say, asking their superintendent of their district, why is this a ballot question? And when they don't answer, it speaks volumes. The likelihood of this passing would be slim to none under the current scenario of discussions we've had, whether it's with the CFO group or whether it's with the superintendent group, unfortunately, at this time.
But one of the other dynamics that somebody else exposed me to, which I hadn't considered, is that if something like this comes up for a ballot in, let's say it's November, it's not going to happen in November, but just hypothetically speaking, you also will want to make sure that there is no school district in the county that is having a school district referendum. Because then you have a double taxation issue on the ballot. That's not going to go well. Or the local referendum, much less a countywide vote. That was an experience that another district had in a different county because they didn't think of that until it was too late. And that was why their referendum, for their discussion, their vote failed. That was the post-mortem analysis, which I found to be actually interesting, right? You wouldn't think of that. However, logically, yeah, it does make sense. But it wasn't something that they thought of at that time.
Okay.
And so if you have a school district that's pushing their own referendum, they're putting all the work in locally to think of that a year in advance or more. So you've got to get out front or step aside while all of that goes through their system, then bring this up. And again, you're facing a consecutive voting day issue with potentially in that district of consecutive votes to raise taxes or change numbers. So it just, yeah, that's why that definition of referendum on steroids was very visually accurate.
I have to concur with these guys' judgment. My research is that the sales tax is not a viable idea. I would strongly encourage us not to be involved in it.
And just to play the counterpoint in this, some of the numbers that I discussed from one of the other school districts, they said our district, our county had a hard time pushing it, despite the tangible numbers, the data that said 60% of our sales tax is paid by local people, 40% is paid by people that traverse our county and pay for things. And it would not include major vehicles. There are very specific provisions on what is considered taxable under this particular issue and other things that are not. There are very specific things in the legislation that talk about that. And that also, in my opinion, contributes to the misnomer because people say, well, they're going to tax me like this on my car if I purchase it in the county where I live or something else that's a big ticket item. So again, there's a lot of information that needs to be disseminated to the public, in my opinion, to get to the point of saying there's a comfort level with this and here's the ends to the means. But it is a big pull, big ask across a number of school districts that are reside within that county. And it doesn't matter if it's McHenry or Winnebago or McLean or wherever within the state of Illinois. It's a big ask no matter what. I'm trying to get off my soapbox. Honest, I am.
I know.
I've just been exposed to a lot of this recently, so that's where I'm coming from, is some of these bits and pieces from other school board presidents that I've interacted with.
I think it was good discussion, and I think it's something that's important that we do and address that kind of elephant in the room and giving us a little bit of, what can I say when people ask the question, you're going to tax it? Well, no, like that's kind of dead in the water so you can exhale and don't worry about it.
But it's trying to convey the discussion part of this, not the we're going to do this no matter what. Because I'm demonstrating and not intending to pound the fist and demand or anything like that. That's not why I'm bringing this up. I don't want that to be misportrayed on Facebook that Mr. Troy is advocating for a sales tax countywide. That's not it at all. I want to be abundantly clear on that. It is a tool in the financial toolbox out there.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. I know we had some new business. I just, I don't know, were you done, Mr. Troy?
I am. I'm stepping back from my soapbox.
I had this note on here, so I'm glad you brought this up. But I want to revisit the request for some Robert's Rules training. So now that you've had some exposure at your board president retreat or training, if maybe we could look into some training for us, maybe even a board self-evaluation, some new training on that class. I think there's one of Fierce Conversations, I think is the new one. Maybe considering that to, for us to evaluate ourselves and really, continue to learn to, work together. That doesn't mean we have to, that doesn't mean we're all agreeing on everything, but just, learning to work together even when we have opposing viewpoints on something and strengthening that. And then my last question.
Let me interrupt before you go there.
Go ahead.
Just to close the loop on that. I don't know if everybody's received the email. I know I did. The Laura Martinez's replacement has been named. The individual messaging went out, I think it was last Friday. executive session. She hadn't been named yet. I don't have her name handy, but, they announced it, she's got to have started already, so depending on how quickly she gets her feet wet into what's going on and get caught up, it'll take it from there.
Yeah. Saw that email as well.
Okay.
And I agree with Mrs. Myrina's recommendation too. And when I brought this up last meeting too, is I think it's healthy for us, obviously, always remaining transparent with the community and looking at how we can work well together, be effective and efficient as a board. So I was excited to see that email that she brought it up, that they actually have somebody. So maybe that I would like to add to what Mrs. Myrina was saying is, can we hold ourselves to look at a date in the fall or at some, like months from now, to have this new rep come out and have those conversations in closed session.
Now's the time to ask.
Now's the
Start
time to
putting it
start
on the
planning,
calendar.
and yeah, as we tighten up our schedules and just, I think, that class looks like, that workshop looks like a good one, those fierce conversations, and sometimes bringing up those difficult topics and how to do that while respecting one another, doing it in a healthy way.
And if I remember, so the Fierce Conversations one, I know that was a class that they offered at one of the AAA conferences a year or two. I attended that session. I do remember it being part of that, so it might be something that's on the fall agenda for the meetings for the AAA conference.
What we'll do, is we're looking for a fall date. Here in the very near future, we'll have Sharon, send out, to try to solidify some dates that work for everybody. And we'll get that, scheduled and moving and grouping.
Last two things I have were, Ms. Barr, is there an update on, the policy, bringing the policy into one searchable file? Is there any progress on that?
Yes, actually, Sharon has done some work. So it turns out that, Board Book, has a way, it could be an option for us. I mean, there are a few different ways we could do this, but that's been the most recent thing that Sharon looked into. Some school districts use it. It is, a way to have searchable policies, translatable policies, so it translates into different languages. As a matter of fact, she showed it to me this morning. So I thought it was kind of a cool thing to explore. I'd like to speak with Ms. Lombard about it and just look at all of, the best ways to do something like this. And then I think last time you asked about it, we talked about accessibility. So that's something we need to be looking at anyway with anything on the website. So just trying to figure out which way to go on that.
And I think, if I recall right, we were gonna say this summer we'd be able to have some time to really review what are some different options to bring back to the board. So
we'll do
stay
that.
tuned very
And I
soon.
don't even know, maybe it's something even changing the, search parameters where if you go into search, it will tell you it's under 7.3, 8.24, or whatever the numbers are. But right now, you literally have to open up each individual policy to search for a term. And it becomes very monotonous when you're looking for something, when you really want to see something that has to do with everything. Even if it would just tell you what number it is or what section, something that streamlines it a little bit for us would be great. And then I just want to put on, I would like to, since Ms. Murray is not here, part of the policy committee, if I could just reserve opportunity to have discussion maybe next month if she's here, to look at maybe adjusting that crowdfunding administrative procedure and seeing if there's some changes that need to be made to our policy, to incorporate some of that in there at all.
Well, the administrative procedures are different than the policy. The policy is created first, and the procedures are created off of that.
So is there any, I want to look and see if there's any opportunity, if there's any need to update the policy as opposed to the administrative procedures.
Okay.
It could be
Future
it could be a few, yeah.
No,
I just wanted to put that out there, like, reserve the opportunity to have that discussion.
Yep, that's fine.
To the policy. And, all right, and that is it.
All right,
Thank you.
17-1-1-1-1-1, minutes. There are 3 sets of minutes there for your review. We'd like to go ahead and move that forward for approval at the July meeting. Please take a look at it if there's any typos or anything that needs corrected, please contact Sharon to do so. Otherwise, we'll bring that up on the July meeting. Moving to item 18, consent. You have in front of you 2 items for consent. One is the second reading of the press policy revision, and the second one is 3 more sets of minutes from May. Is there anything to pull off of consent here? Only 2 items. Right now, hearing anything, I move to accept, adopt, consent agenda as it's presented.
Second.
Second by Mr. Feckety. Have a roll call, please.
One note on the policy committee, we need an update on some names.
I'm sorry.
This policy report. I just got Amy's name in there yet for.
Oh, no, that'll take care of itself.
All right. Sorry.
Now that, for the complaint managers and such, yeah, that'll take care of itself. All right, there's a motion and a second for item 18 for the consent agenda. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Ruth?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Feckety?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mrs. Myrino?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. Item 19.1, HR personnel report. Dr. Zier, pardon me, anything to add to this one before we vote? All right, with that said, I move to approve the HR personnel report as it's presented.
Second.
Second by Mr. Ruth. A roll call vote, please.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Feckety?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mrs. Myrino?
Yes.
Mr. Ruth?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. 19.2, 26-27 school year calendar amendment. Dr. Zier presented this earlier. Anything to add to this, sir?
Yeah, we need to discuss this briefly on this. It hasn't been presented yet. So
Oh, I'm
this is-
sorry.
Yeah, this is for the 26-27 school year, so for the upcoming one. The original plan tonight was to bring you 28-29, so we had to pump the brakes on that.
Sorry about that.
So we're backing up a little bit here. So right now, in the 26-27 calendar, we do have Election Day off. You know, this upcoming November. The General Assembly tabled a couple of bills that didn't get through concerning Election Day. So 2020, 2022, 2024, it was a state holiday. For 2026, it is not going to be a state holiday. So we're making a recommendation to be in attendance that day. That will domino the end of the school year with an end date on May 27th. The other item here is Juneteenth. When Juneteenth first came out, if it fell on a Saturday or Sunday, districts could take the Monday or the Friday. That is no longer the case anymore. Tomorrow is Juneteenth. It falls on the Friday. District's out. It's a holiday. In 2027, it does fall on Saturday. So we're not allowed per state code to take that Friday off. So we need to make that adjustment to have that a work day and not a holiday. I don't think Juneteenth is on a weekend again until like 2031 or something. Those are the 2 amendments for this upcoming calendar. So looking for that vote tonight so we can get that communicated out to the community.
Very good. Thank you very much for that. Any questions for Dr. Zier?
Yeah, Dr. Zier, do you know what our neighboring districts are doing about Election Day? Are they also reinstating it as a school day?
Yeah, so it was interesting. Some folks had, it depends who you talk to. Some folks already had that. They were waiting to see if it became a holiday and they were going to make it a holiday. I think just everyone we've checked with, they are going to be in session. There is a law out there, I believe, if your buildings are used as a polling place, they give you an opportunity to be remote or use an institute day on that day. I want to say I saw Naperville maybe do like a remote day on that day because their buildings use as polling places. Excuse me. This is the only building that's used as a polling place, so that does not become an issue. But our neighboring districts are in session. Thank you. Unless they change something on us for some reason, but there's no reason they should do that at this point.
Any further questions? All right, not hearing any, I move to approve the amendments for the 2026-2027 calendar and the corresponding schedule of events as presented.
Second.
Second by Mr. Feckety. Have a roll call, please.
Mr.
Mr. Fekete?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Ruth?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes, motion passes 5-0. Item 19.3, tentative draft of the FY 27 budget. We've all been waiting for this moment. Mr. Altmeyer,
So have I.
the dance floor is yours.
Look at that. All right, thank you very much. For the tentative budget, it is the fourth draft of the budget. So very pleased to move forward with this budget. This budget is to be approved by the board. So the board approves the budget in June for the tentative budget for the year, so that we have some marching orders to move forward, with the final draft of the budget being approved in September, a little after the year starts, because we generally have to wait for state funding to be finalized and other things to come through. But pleased to present the 2027 tentative budget. And so I do have a presentation to kind of make things flow a little smoother, so that I can maybe stay a little more focused and on track with the board, so we can get through these things. But, you know, I do like to pause and stop a little bit on that slide. Things I want to cover, because I think it's a good reminder as we go through these, because when we get down to the bottom of this agenda and we start talking about best case and worst case scenario of a 5-year plan, we were talking a little bit ago about funding opportunities and the things that we need to look at. Well, ultimately, we have to be very transparent with our community as to where we are currently, but where we think we're going to be under various scenarios, under various situations, 3, 4, 5 years down the road. So we are going to look at best case, worst case scenarios and talk a little through that. And then we'll ultimately talk about the risks, and then we'll ask the board for the recommendation to approve this tentative budget. But I first want to start with the key assumptions. And the key assumptions, as a reminder, right? Revenue is primarily driven by CPI, which is already set, and set at 2.7 for levy year 2026. We are waiting for levy year 2020, actually that's levy year 2025, but we're waiting for levy year 2026 to be finalized. Currently, CPI is trending year over year at 3.8%. New construction within this budget for next levy year is set at $20 million. There could be some opportunity there. Last year it came in at $60 million, but we did have a lot of new construction, and we had a lot of new residential development. We had Lennar, we had the subdivision in Algonquin, the old golf course, right? Those were 2 developments that completed last year that brought a lot of additional new construction revenue. So will we have an opportunity? Will it be more than $20 million? As we get closer to September, I'll again reach out to the counties, both Kane and Cook, to see if I can get preliminary numbers, which we did last year, and we'll be able to update that number. State funding is decreasing, approximately $400,000, primarily driven by categorical funding, right? We all know that, or we estimate that our evidence-based funding will increase $304,000 as it did in the prior year, but we're also estimating, based on categorical funding at the state level, that we are going to expect a decrease, and so that is kind of built into the FY 27 budget. On the expense side, salary increases reflect collective bargaining agreements. Health insurance is currently budgeted to reflect a 12.3% increase over the FY 26 budget, the current budget that we have, but we all know we're trending significantly over budget, right? So will that be enough? And we'll talk through that. I have a slide on health insurance, and we'll talk through that when we get to that point. But I do want to talk about this. This is something we talked about at the fiscal workshop, which was draft, I believe, 2 of the budget, and that's the capital project fund. Historically, we have used this fund not for capital projects. In fact, back in the day, we used the capital projects fund to pay off, well, the bond debt associated with the Marlowe Middle School addition. We issued debt certificates on an annual basis. We had debt payments anywhere early on. We were paying $600,000-$700,000 a year on those debt certificate payments, on those annual payments. We subsequently refinanced that debt into various bond instruments, and our debt payment went down to about $354,000 a year, and we used all of the resources coming into that capital project fund to simply pay down that debt. Well, that debt, the Series 2006A debt, which became ultimately the Series 2019 debt, has been fully paid off. So revenues going into the capital project fund are primarily impact fees. That's the only revenue source that go into the capital project fund. But per the accounting code and per how a lot of other districts use this fund, right, this fund is supposed to be used for capital projects, bottom line. So that when we look at the operating statement of the school district, it's a true operating statement. But since 2007, 2008 timeframe, we have been putting all capital projects within the operations and maintenance. And so what we're projecting here, or what we're proposing, is that we move large capital projects out of the operations and maintenance fund so that we can analyze our true operational, statement, if you will. And we could better fund and better look at how we're going to fund capital projects moving forward. So why do I show you all that? Because one of the adjustments we made, which is the very last adjustment on this list, is it's the second to last, we moved $2.8 million to the DX schooling project at Heinemann, the chiller at Heinemann, out of Fund 20, out of the operating statement, and we put it into the capital projects fund. So when you see what we're looking at from an operating standpoint, you'll know why it's looking the way it's looking. So let's look at some of the tentative draft modifications. We've made a lot of modifications to date, but within this draft, we recognize the final revenue recapture for the levy year 2025 as this increased to approximately $253,000. That was something I didn't book in the first couple drafts of the budget because we were waiting for final tax computations to come in from Kane and McHenry County. And as a reminder, what the revenue recapture is that specifically related to the PTAB Certificate of Air Bill that we passed, this district passed, I wrote the language for it, worked the bill down in Springfield, and ultimately passed. And what this is bringing back is it's recapturing revenue, bringing additional revenue dollars to the district for next year of $253,000. That started in 2021, and I think to date we're almost approaching $1 million additional revenue that we have brought back to the school district. To let you know how big that bill is, at the state level, that's about $350 to $400 million of recaptured revenue that every school district in the state is receiving. So the money coming back to districts is actually more than what the EVF funding is on an annual basis. So it's a pretty big bill. The other thing I wanted to bring up is we adjusted workman's comp and property and liability insurance to actual based on final premiums. Workman's comp decreased by approximately 3.6%. We're doing pretty well, monitoring and tracking and making sure that people aren't hurting themselves in the work environment. So that premium decreased by 3.6%, resulting in savings of $57,000. And property and liability insurance, while the average for CLIC was above 6%, our property and liability insurance only increased by 3.2%, resulting in budgeted savings, because we budgeted a 5% increase, of about $13,000. Something that is not on here is also for workman's comp. Because we're part of a co-op and a pool, every 5 years or so, they analyze the pool on the workman's comp and the property and liability side. And based on extra resources they have as part of the pool, they pay out a cash kind of rebate, if you will. And our cash rebate on workman's comp this year was $139,000. I did not reflect that in this budget because, well, I wasn't sure when we were going to receive the check. I was kind of hoping we were going to receive the check next year. But we just received it today. So that $139,000 will help us this year, and it will reduce our workman's comp expense for 2026. So I did want to share that as well. We already talked about the $2.8 million for the DX schooling project, and we already talked about the $661,000 of revenue. That's the ComEd rebate, and we are putting that into the capital projects fund because, well, that's where we're paying the $2.8 million out of. Okay. So where are we with the current tentative draft of the budget? From an operating standpoint, pretty good, right? You remember draft 3 of the budget, we had an operating surplus of $30,000, and we ballooned that to $2.7 million, primarily driven by the movement of capital projects out of this statement. However, we did make a lot of other adjustments. So we did want to share with you another statement, and I am so sorry, this is a lot smaller than that previous page. I should have shrunk it a little bit. But what this shows is, this is the operating statement with the capital projects fund, and if you look, we have an operating surplus with the capital projects fund of about $1.5 million. So we definitely have a balanced budget at this point in time. But whether it's the $2.7 million or it's the $1.5 million of surplus, very favorable budget, you know, I do want to caution that a lot of adjustments still have to take place, insurance being one of them, but we will talk through that. So I think for right now, for 2027, I think we're set up pretty good moving into the final months of budget creation. We still have a lot of favorability coming down the pipeline. We are working with the buildings who are doing a great job on that zero-based budgeting project. We are seeing a lot of buildings come in with 10, 15% reductions in their own budget. It's a lot more than we anticipated. So the buildings are doing a really good job with what they're pulling together for us. And we're still looking at things, ways to reduce the budget moving forward. Okay? High level, property taxes still make up the majority of our revenue, right? We got the evidence-based funding there, other local, CPPRT and federal revenue. Little history on evidence-based funding, which we've shared at other previous meetings, right? 2026 and 2027 are forecasted to be the same at $304,000. Local revenues are expected to increase by $3.6 million, primarily driven by the increase in levy dollars of $4.1 million, offset by a decrease in investment interest earnings, based on investment rates declining over the last year. State revenues, as we talked about, are expected to go down. Federal revenues right now are expected to stay flat with the FY26 budget. Yes.
Have you heard anything about the Title I budget from the federal level?
We have, and I don't really touch upon Title I and or the IDEA grant and some of those yet.
Okay.
Once we get final numbers, those will be reflected in the budget. But let's say we have a decrease in the Title I budget. We generally write those grants so the revenues offset the expenses. So even if we have a decline of $100,000 in Title I revenue, we make sure based on how we're writing the grant that we're only going to spend, we'll have also a decrease in expense of $100,000. So it's really neutral to the overall budgeting.
That's fine.
Operating surplus or deficit, whatever it may be.
Because I've heard there was a 10% reduction in federal Title I, I believe.
Title I, we actually look about where we were last year,
Okay.
where, and we typically get a little bit more throughout the year, so maybe we're gonna hold, but we get a little bit more, but the initial round looks about where we typically are.
That's the federal 50,000-foot level, right?
Correct.
So now how does it apply to us at
Yeah.
the 5,000-foot
Yeah,
level?
the initial one looks pretty comfortable.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. On the expenditure side, no surprise, 83% salaries and benefits. This is slide I want to spend a little bit of time on. This has been our trend for health insurance. We've seen this before. It's not good. And we know that the 2026 budget, right, we're going to come in at maybe $19 million, depending upon where May and June fall. And so we really need to look at our 2027 budget. Our 2027 budget right now is maybe where we're anticipating ending the year for 26. However, that said, we know, Dr. Zier and myself, and the Health Insurance Committee, right, we're meeting with a co-op to determine whether or not we move forward with a co-op, which will hopefully bring savings back to the district. We met with the Health Insurance Committee to make other benefit change plans possible benefit changes to the plan, which will also bring back savings. We won't know the results of those meetings for the next couple months. But we do have planned additional meetings with the Health Insurance Committee. And once we have that information, plus additional information from our current broker as to where we're currently trending, we won't be able to finalize where we think we'll be for FY27 health insurance. Right? Over the last 2 years, we've had a tough time. We've budgeted almost 15, 16% increases in health insurance, and we continue to outpace what we have been budgeting. A 10% budget at this level is almost $1.8 million. So it's tough to budget 3.8 or 4.8. So I wanted to share that with the board. So that is an adjustment that still is going to be coming down the pipeline, and we are doing things internally with the Health Insurance Committee and our brokers and just want to share what our historical capital spend has looked like. The 3.2 million is primarily driven by that 2.8 million project over at Heineman, which won't be done until the middle end of summer. We've got safety and security things. We've got some other small things in there as well. And then we pretty much end, I think, no, not yet, with our debt service. Just want to share with you and the community what our bond and interest will be. We have 8 years remaining after FY27 on our bond and interest. And so this may be an opportunity down the road as well, because once that debt falls off, that'll provide significant savings to the community on their tax bill. All right, so I wanted to start here, okay, and I know it's hard to see, and I wish I could blow it up, and I can't because it's a presentation, but this is the 5-year plan of the current with the capital project fund. Remember, we looked at the operating surplus with the capital project fund, which was sitting at $1.5 million. And the reason I'm adding the capital project fund here is, well, the 5-year plan that we have is it's kind of the all needs in of the district. This reflects the capital projects that we think we need over the next 5 years for our deferred maintenance schedule and other things, buses, and whatnot. So we need to really be all in on this, which is why I'm comparing and I'm showing you this baseline. And this current baseline shows you under the current assumptions above, and you can see, and it's kind of hard to see, but up top here I have forecasted what our current assumptions are built into the plan. So our current assumptions show that for levy year 26, we're 2.7% is already locked and loaded. But if you look to the right, we have 2.3% currently budgeted and forecasted as the next CPI. However, we're currently trending at 3.8% year over year. Like, will that come down as gas prices come down? Probably. But will it come down to 2.3%? Right? We made it 2.3% when we started this budget process because that's been the historical average. Actually, this historical average has been dipping. Right? It's now closer to 2% than 2.3%, which is why the out years are all forecasted within the 5-year plan at 2%. New construction is trending downward because at some point in time, new construction is going to come down. Right? We do have a lot of property out west, but will we continue to develop it? It's probably not, from a conservative standpoint, we don't want to overestimate new construction. We don't want to anticipate revenue that's not coming. Okay? So that's why the current draft of the budget looks like this. Right? So it is what it is. I did put together this slide, and there's a lot on this slide, and you do not have this in your pages, but I can walk you through the numbers. The top represents the best case scenario. Okay? Best case scenario, but very possible. And you can see I've also been kind of very conservative. It might be better than this, right? So up top, I say, well, if CPI comes in at 3.8% and new construction goes to 50 million for next year. And then we start to see the decline in CPI to 2.5 each and every year, down to 2% in FY30 and FY31, with new construction still kind of going strong, but then coming down in 29 to 20 million, and then leveling off in 31 at 15 million. Could still be very possible. We continue to have that much residential, maybe some commercial growth that can get us there. Do I think this is possible? I do think this is possible. Right? But the problem is what this doesn't reflect is healthcare. This doesn't reflect interest rate earnings going up or down, right? Because that's crapshoot, right? And it still shows that we're at 4%. From a salary standpoint, this pretty much is locked and loaded at CPI, okay, with a floor of 3% currently. Right, so all salaries in the out years for anything not under agreement, salaries are reflecting a 3% increase for all of these scenarios. Then I show you the worst case scenario, and if you could see those numbers there, that's saying, hey, CPI is going to only come in at 2%, which it would have to do a lot between now and December to come in at 2%, but I'm saying, hey, worst case might come in at 2%, and then a downward trend of only 1.5%, with new construction staying really low at 15 million down to 10 million in the out years. Right? Is that possible? Probably not, but you want to see the variability between those assumptions and the assumptions above. So when you look at above, you're looking at an operating deficit of $4 million. Everything goes really great by fiscal year 31 that we would have to overcome, right, with headcount reductions, program reductions, things that we would have to cut along the way, versus obviously down below worst case scenario, a $10 million deficit. Right? But I come back to this. I show you the impact of what CPI and new construction, just those two items, have on the overall financials, which is kind of the point of this exercise. But somewhere in the middle is right here. Right? Somewhere in the middle is what we currently have in our 5-year plan. Might be a little better because new construction will probably come in a little higher than 20 million. CPI will come in a little higher than the 2.3% that we.
What about adjustment for the assessed values going up?
That really doesn't impact, although assessed values go up, what that really does for our community is that brings our tax rate down, but that doesn't impact at all the dollars that we receive as a district. Because of the PTEL, because under PTEL, that has no impact. The impact it does have is on new construction. If home values go way up, and then our tax rate comes way down, if somebody comes in and builds a new house, we actually receive less dollars. But theoretically, right, their home is going to be priced higher, and so we're going to capture those tax dollars in. We don't really ultimate type. It doesn't really impact the amount of money we receive.
Teeter-totter that stays flat.
So I share all this because, right, we need to understand what maybe best case could be, what worst case could be, where we are in the middle. And then this drives the conversation with the community that something doesn't happen at the state level, right? If we don't see significant increases in the consumer price index, we don't see new construction continuing $50 million a year, right? And we see health insurance continuing to spike. We internally have to do things about some of those things. But there's some things, when state funding remains flat, and it approximates 33% of our overall funding, and it's flat year after year after year, that's a challenge. Yeah. That's a challenge. And that's when we talk about our current tax rate. That's when we talk about things, the levers that we have. And the levers are the county facility sales tax. A lever might be how are we going to pay for capital projects in the out years with, right, life safety bonds, or do we talk about a referendum? Those are really the options. And the timing of those options would also be important to talk about.
What's your analysis on the student population?
Currently, within the budget, student population is relatively flat. But at the same time, while we haven't, even though we know that we are going to see over the next few years a decrease in enrollment, what we're not putting into the budget is, for instance, an increase in purchase price, meaning supply, the cost of supplies, the cost of fuel, the cost of a lot of things aren't baked into this as well, which kind of offsets maybe some headcount reduction as a result of a decline in enrollment.
Clarifying question.
Yes.
So, and it says at the top that this has, for FY27, baked into this is moving the fund to the capital fund with 60. Does it do for the future fiscal years too?
Yeah.
FY28? Okay,
Yeah.
so these assumptions have that baked into it as well?
Have that baked in.
Okay.
Correct.
Thanks.
Yeah, whereas this slide, well, I don't show it, I just show this. The 2.7 million, the current tentative budget does not have, right? Or I'm only showing you all of the funds minus the capital project. I thought I had this extended for 5 years. But what's also important to note with the capital project fund is we currently have about $3.5 million fund in that capital project fund. And that'll increase a little bit with this year's impact fees. We'll have impact fees going in there next year as well. We definitely have enough dollars for the next year or two to cover capital projects with the dollars that we have in that fund. Problem is, in the out years, we begin to go negative, in that fund, and we would have to fund the capital projects fund with one of our other funds, maybe the working cash fund, or dollars that we have in excess fund balance dollars in operations and maintenance, for instance, and we would have to do a cash transfer to move dollars into that fund to fund anything. Or we make a dedicated decision, as much as we can, to pause on capital projects, to pause on asphalt replacement, to pause on carpet replacement. And we might be doing that next year anyway, right? We're already really not doing that this year because all of our dollars are going towards the DX cooling project. When a chiller goes out, unfortunately, we got to replace it, which is kind of what we're doing now.
Your capital fund and your projections is the same each year?
No, it's variable based on our deferred maintenance plan and what we're projecting that we need in the out years, based on the life expectancy of our
You're doing
chillers.
it as needed, not as a flat
Correct.
assessment.
Yeah, but it's been fairly accurate over the years. Mr. Rinkosik built a really good tool that we've been using, which has really kept our buildings up and running and clean and safe and in better shape than most school districts. Most school districts have to go out for issue construction bonds to the tune of $100 million because their buildings are so dilapidated, unfortunately. And we're not. We're in pretty good shape. So with that, I would like to make the recommendation for the board to approve the tentative budget with operating revenues at $142.5 million, with operating expenses at $139.8 million, showing an operating surplus of $2.7 million. I'd be happy to answer any more questions. And by the way, we will continue to provide additional drafts of the budget almost on a monthly basis until we finalize this. But don't worry, I will not do a presentation every single time. Any questions? Thank you.
All right, last call for questions. Not hearing any, I move to approve FY '27 tentative budget and 5-year plan as presented.
Second.
There's Mr. Bobby's first. I'll give him the second on that one. Have a roll call vote, please.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mrs. Iarino?
Yes.
Mr. Ruth?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Feckity?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Item 19.4, revenue contracts. Anything to add on this one?
Nothing to add. You'll notice there's a lot on there, which is normal. As at the end of the school year, a lot of these came in for the beginning of next school year.
Any questions from the board on this one? All right, not hearing any, I move to approve the revenue contracts for the fundraising activities that have been presented in the board packet.
Second.
Wait, I guess I do have a question.
I'll hold off on the second if you don't mind, Mr. Ridley.
All right.
My apologies. My question is, if we are approving things for the start of the year next year, is this under the assumption that the updated policy and administrative procedures are in place?
Yes, in fact, if there's any, and there are crowdfunding contracts in here, they all meet the guidelines that set forth in the administrative procedure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the question on the alignment. Any other questions before moving on? All right, my motion still stands to approve the revenue contracts that are in front of us.
I'll second my second.
And Mr. Root is reseconded the second. Very good. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mrs. Iarino?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Feckity?
Yes.
Mr. Ruth?
Yes.
There we go. Motion passes 5-0. Item 19.5, the payables that are presented here, Mr. Altmeyer.
Yeah, thank you very much. And normally I would say nothing to add on this, but you may notice there that we actually pulled those out of the agenda and we put hard copies at your place. And we put hard copies at your place because we noticed, as with our new Skyward system, we were providing more detail for the board and the community within our purchase orders, within our payables. And we noticed, well, it was a little too much detail where we have some redactions that we have to make, so which is why we pulled it off of the website. And we gave the board hard copies at your table, just in case you had any questions, because we still would like the board to approve these, because moving forward for the next month or so, we still want to continue to be able to pay our vendors on a timely basis. So you do have the hard copies of those in front of you. We will continue to work with Skyward to pull off that additional detail. Not as much detail as we were previously providing. And then we will also move forward with what we need to do from a redaction standpoint. And we've also pulled off prior months' reports as well, so that we can go through those and get those reposted as well.
Okay, but the numbers remain the same.
Yes, the numbers remain the same. Okay. I just simply printed them off for the board here tonight.
Maybe this is just me, but I have a hard copy of the purchase order. I have a hard copy of the impressed checks issued, but I don't have a hard copy of the payables.
And that might be on me. Then I would ask the board to approve the other two, because the other two are much bigger. And on the payable side, that is something that has already been paid, kind of like an impressed. So I can bring that back to the board in July, and that really will not matter. And that was on me. I missed that report. I was frantically printing these before the board meeting, and I think I missed that one, so I do apologize.
Right, so just for clarity, purchases and impressed. Yes, payables are coming back to us next month.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for anybody and everybody that caught that.
Yes, thank you.
It was an excellent catch. I move to approve the purchase orders and the impressed tax reports as presented.
Second.
By Mr. Bobby. Have a roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Ruth?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Feckety?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Item 19.6, signatories for bank and financial accounts. This is a very standard practice that we do on an annual basis. Don't mind anything to add to this?
Nothing to add.
Thank you for being voluntold to do this. Yes, it's getting a little loopy here. For me. Motion to approve the signatories as presented.
Second.
Motion by myself and seconded by Mr. Feckety. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Feckety?
Yes.
Mr. Ruth?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Okay, we have the votes. There's 4-0. Mrs. Maiorino stepped out. Item 19.7, designation of depositories. Again, this is a standard practice annually. Anything to add, Mr. Altmeyer?
Nothing to add.
Right, with that, I move to approve the designation of depositories in accordance with the school code as presented.
Second.
Second by Mr. Feckety. I have a roll call vote for this, please.
Is there, would I have a conflict in any of this?
I don't think so. Based on the list, I don't. Do you have the list in front of you?
No, I don't.
I can read the banks. So this is a list of banks that we have deposit on that we currently use. And a lot of these are associated with the bond debt that we manage. And those lists of depositories are, one second, I have them here. Fifth Third Securities, BMO Bank, Illinois School District Liquid Assets Fund Plus, UMB Bank, and PTMA Financial Solutions. So I wouldn't think so.
Yeah.
All clear?
Oh, clear, sorry.
All clear, good. All right. We have a motion and a second on the floor.
We do.
All right, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Ruth,
Yes.
Mr. Feckity,
Yes.
Mr. Bobby,
Yes.
Mrs. Myarino, and Mr. Troy.
Yes, motion passes 4-0. Item 19.8, notice appointment of treasurer and treasurer's bond. Another annual event, anything to clarify, Altmeyer or anybody else?
No, this is your chance, though.
I'm sorry? This is
Nothing.
Okay. We only have 4 people here, so you've got the odds are in your favor. So I move to approve the appointment of Mr. Altmeyer as treasurer and approve his surety bond for the 26-27 school year.
I'll second. I'm just curious how high is this bond?
The bond, it should be, oh, wait, I'm looking at the wrong thing, I apologize. The bond amount, is $6.5 million.
I thought the rule was,
And they lowered it
They did.
10%, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, a few years ago. Yeah, so,
I'm old,
so
I
a
guess.
few years ago, we saved significant amount of premium dollars on the treasurer's bond, based on that.
Still second, I'm sorry.
Great question.
All right, motion is seconded by Mr. Ruth. Have a roll call vote, please.
Mr. Troy,
Yes.
Mr. Bobby,
Yes.
Mrs. Myarino,
Yes.
Mr. Feckity,
Yes.
Mr. Ruth.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. LRS contract amendments, Mr. Altmeyer, I'm going to ask you to pitch it for Mr. Linquist.
Yeah, not a problem. We've been really happy with LRS. They're our recycling material, refuse and recycled material hauling company. We've used them for a long time. This isn't a 3-year extension to the contract. They have CPI, so they agreed to our language on CPI that we've always been using with them. And so this is simply a 3-year extension of our current agreement, and we are very happy with that.
Thank you for that. With that, I move to approve the amendment to the LRS contract as presented. Second by Mr. Bobby. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Feckity,
Yes.
Mr. Bobby,
Yes.
Mr. Ruth,
Yes.
Mrs. Myarino,
Yes.
Mr. Troy.
Yes, motion passes 5-0. Item 20, public comment. I don't see anything in the bin.
No need, no.
We have a negative. Good. We'll move on with that one. Item 20.1, I guess.
This is 21.
Now, 20.1, we need to resume closed session.
Oh.
I move to resume closed session at 10:45 p.m.
Second.
Second by Mr.
Come on,
Bobby.
Rich.
Was that? Everybody pause.
Roll call vote, please. You guys want to prolong this some more? Roll call
Was that
vote,
Rich?
please.
It was, Rich.
Mrs. Myarino,
Yes.
Mr. Bobby,
Yes.
Mr. Ruth,
Yes.
Mr. Troy,
Yes,
Mr. Feckity.
Yes.
motion passes 5-0. We are in closed session.
Everybody was applause. Are we going? Let me get my agenda.
Holler.
No. No. All right, we are resuming open session, having concluded our business in closed session. We do have 4 action items coming out of closed session. Time on the clock is 12:30 a.m. Friday, June 19th, 2026. Roll call, please.
Mr. Ruth?
Here.
Mr. Feckley?
Here.
Mr. Bobby?
Here.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Here.
Mr. Troy?
Here. Action item number 1, I move that student 2026-03 be expelled, held in abeyance, conditional of acceptance and successful completion of the Regional Safe School, Evergreen Academy, or another district-approved placement for the entirety of the 2026-2027 school year.
Second.
A motion and a second by Mrs. Maiorino. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Bobby?
No.
Mr. Ruth?
No.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Feckley?
No.
Mrs. Maiorino? No.
Motion fails 1-4. Item number 2, I move that student 2026-04 be expelled, held in abeyance, conditional of acceptance and successful completion of the Regional Safe School, Evergreen Academy, or another district-approved placement for the entirety of the 2026-2027 through May 20th, 28th of the 27-28 school year.
Second.
Second by Mr. Root. Have a roll call, please.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Ruth?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Feckley?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Item 3, I move that student 2026-05 be expelled, held in abeyance, conditional of acceptance and successful completion at the Regional Safe School, Evergreen Academy, or another district-approved placement for the entirety of 2026-2027 and through May 20th, 2028 of the 2027-28 school year.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Maiorino. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Feckley?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mr. Ruth?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Last item, I move to uphold the administrative decision for formal complaint dated February 23rd, 2026.
Second.
Second by Mr. Bobby. Have a roll call vote, please.
Mr. Ruth?
Yes.
Mr. Feckley?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes. Motion passes 5-0. We do not have any additional items coming out of closed session. With that, I move to adjourn tonight's meeting at 12:34 a.m.
Second.
Second by Mr. Feckley. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We are adjourned. Motion passes. Thank you. Good night and good luck.
Good night.
There.
No.
No? I just pushed that.
Use that one, and Paul's got the other one.